Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Dark Souls 2 Dirge of Drangleic. I really hope my mic is coming in, at the moment, because, I purchased a new mic, and I don't know how, I still have to figure out how, sensitivity works. At the very least, I do hope that it's working at the moment, otherwise it's gonna be a really silent start to the stream. Um,
You're coming through.
Okay, thank you for confirming that for me. Well, it's been a couple of weeks since we played, if anybody people don't want to do a recap, then I can go ahead and do it to my best, do the best of my abilities. So, any takers?
Uh,
Yes. I'll go. Friggin' last time on Dark Souls Dirge of Drangleic, after our friggin' harrowing battle against the Wood Children, Gully, and Vic, the party were licking their wounds after tense discussions of whether to push on or rest. The party elected for a short rest. See, and in our bit of recovery, Ace and Atlas had a bit of a discussion where it was found out by Ace and Dr. Rock that Atlas was, in fact, a human, or at least somewhat of a modified human, underneath all the armor. And a bit of moral quandaries when it comes to rules and regulations. After which, we went down deep within the caverns, approaching a fog wall, where we had met the Rotten, a amalgamation of corpses that was made sentient by some means we do not know. A battle was fierce. Most of us either were dropped to, were either downed or at the brink of death, not without the assistance of Ace, a ally that we had summoned from Melinda's soapstone. Uh, not Bashful Ray, but a nightly, uh, I can't, a
Lucatil of
knight.
Mira.
Yeah, Lucatil of Mira. Thank you, Vorty. Lucatil of Mira, a mysterious Max the Knight who helped aid us in battle with the party slaying the rotten, the foul amalgamation. We recovered a bit of a sizable amount of treasure that was amongst the remains. Chief among them, a mysterious flaming soul that emerged from the ashes of this creature, climbing back up from the bowels of the abyss that was this this hole in the ground. We, the party, managed to help evacuate the citizens of the underground settlement back to, well, new the new surroundings of the open sky, though some had elected to stay behind, as the curse seemed too strong for them to fend off. Now, resting and recovering, that is where we find ourselves in a bit of downtime.
Exactly. You guys are going to be taking a bit of a break here over in the town of Majula that is still looking pretty rough. Thankfully for you, a lot of the citizens that you managed to rescue from the gutter are actually well, carpenters. Though they don't have any technical knowledge that they can potentially impart, that they kind of make do and cobble together what they can, and they're able to, if you should ask it of them, after they're done actually recuperating their strength, they could potentially help work on the town of Majula. But in the meantime, however, well, we pick up right where we left off, as going to move you back to the Majula vista. Again, don't have specifically a map for this, and I likely won't for a while. But at the very least, I hope the images serve to illustrate the point the best of my abilities. Well, the best I can. Also, before we continue, shout outs to Sound Phenomenon for providing most of the background music that you're going to be hearing this session. They are pretty awesome. Set the tone well. Thank you. I looked far and wide for this. Believe it or not, the one at the bottom, full disclosure, is actually just an in-game screenshot that I photoshopped to put a filter on. It was so and with that out of the way,
It works.
with that out of the way, I hope well, we begin our session today. What would y'all be doing here?
I think like this is fucking fishing. We need rations. We most of our rations are gone.
Yeah.
We need rations.
Well,
That is
First-
true. Let's go epic fishing.
well, first, Rock, after treating Valencia, would put her in one of the hospital, like his little clinics, whatever equivalency of a resting bed he has with Cersei, as Rock would then walk out to the door and just call, "Next patient, please." As he mainly calls out to the party because he's treating everybody after their fight with the Rotten.
Signis is fine. He's gone. He's gone to get fucking shit to eat.
I guess.
Atlas has already left for the chickens.
Yeah, I guess Ace would be next, because she did get scuffed up from Circle of Death.
Okay.
Rock would walk into the operating room, closing whatever equivalency of a blind he has. Not enough towards like, oh, the room's fully dark, but no prying eyes or anything. Close the door. And he would state, "Now then, what was your damage during the fight?"
Whatever sort of magic the old trash heap had.
I see.
But I did a number on me. As kind of looking at Ace, you can tell that, well, because of the friggin' necrotic shenaniganry, you see like her eyes are a little bit sunken, like she's exhausted, as she seems a little bit pale, somewhat paler, but it's hard to tell.
Now then, as your doctor, I would request that thine self would remove thine excess clothing so that I can see thine body to make sure there is nothing wrong. But I will not. But you have the right to refuse if thine chooses.
Well, ain't the first time I had seen town doctor about getting patched up. Won't be the last. Hopefully, if you're gonna be in business. As you see H just take off her friggin' little cloak, the little cape that she has, her duster coat, her vest. You see she has like a bunch of friggin' bandol, like a couple of holsters she has to take off, and a gun belt. She's making sure that she's keeping everything like within arm's reach.
Yeah, Rock would quite literally just have a side table for her to, because he feels when it comes to her tools and kit, she is like him and can basically have enough space to properly organize and categorize everything. It's like all the handgun holsters can line up, the rifle can be in its place, and all that sort of stuff.
So yeah, she's right now she's just in her little button-up little button-up collar shirt, her pants, and she actually wears suspenders.
Yeah, would you mind removing thine button-up shirt and excess, so that way I can get the full glance on your body to make sure there is no signs of necrosis or otherwise.
Alright. Yeah, unbuttoning up her shirt.
Yeah. Once Ace is done with the stuff, he had a clothing rack so that way she can put her stuff there, and he would give her body just a go over and check. Just gonna roll medicine for fun. It's like not really much here, so I take off the guidance because I do not have that. Yeah. And 9. Rolled a 3. Damn.
I
it's not
mean,
Go ahead.
how familiar? Like, most of her anatomy looks humanoid shaped.
Yeah, but he doesn't know fire people, because I don't think fire people... There's Eldritchian eye people in his setting, and people made out of nebula. There aren't really people made out of fire. Like, elemental fire, because Genasi don't exist, but there's the stellar people, and the mutants, and the animal folk, and all that.
Yeah, it's not a anatomy that you're particularly familiar with, Dr. Rock.
Yeah, Rock would kind of just be checking over, making sure there's no signs of muscle atrophy or anything from the spell. And once he's done, he will go to his equipment, take a rag, douse it in some basically disinfectant, and basically offer it to her to scrub, and when needed, he'll take it to scrub the harder to reach places to make sure that her body's disinfected. After which, he will tell her, there doesn't seem to be any long-lasting effects. It seems that this is simply something that will require rest and recovery. But I will provide you with... And as she's getting dressed, he will quickly... Because it'll probably take her a few minutes. He'll brew up some herbal tea for her and hand her the cup and also a small satchel of herbal tea and go, this should help with thine recovery, for it is good for the body and immune system.
Tea?
Yes.
Got anything else instead of boiled leaf water?
Rock just kind of just slow. I do not believe I have any chicken soup on me or anything as such, so this is the only consumable I have that is good for the body.
Fair enough, I guess. As like a funny bit with her being a fire elemental as she's kind of drinking, you would see like steam coming out of her mouth and nose a little bit, as part of it just the liquid just evaporates as she drinks. It's okay, I guess, but I've never been partial to tea.
But this is medicine. Medicine is relatively never tasting good.
Could be worse. Could be having molasses and turpentine.
Nothing. You seem to be fine. I would request that you send Atlas to me next.
Alright. Hey,
Because
Tin
everybody
Man, the doc needs you.
Yeah, because like everybody else.
They're not there.
Where the blazes?
Yeah, like Rock noticed everybody else was gone except for Ace, so that's why he's like, "Hey, could you go send them over?"
What's it
Yeah.
called? Like, I think like, yeah, like, as Atlas kind of like walked off like towards like the fucking chicken coop. Vorty, what do these chickens look like?
Surprisingly healthy, all things considered. The chickens in the chicken coop, rather, seem to have been left to their own devices for a very extended period of time. You're not sure how long the town has been abandoned at this point, but it does seem that they are, how do I word this? Dirty, I guess, would be the first word to describe them. They clearly haven't been again like left to their own deal, for a while.
Yeah.
They don't look particularly emaciated, but you can tell that they haven't been feeding properly, or have had someone feed them, for enough periods of time.
Do I see any like chicken feed around at all?
We can roll me an investigation.
Okay. 21.
21. You will begin to notice that there is indeed a what's it called? How do I word this? There is indeed like a bag with chicken feed. Actually, there's multiple bags with chicken feed, but a lot of them have gone stale and not edible anymore. But there is one seems to have been this has still been holding up, which should suffice for the time being.
Okay. Okay. So, in that case, like, yeah, like, Atlas will kind of like open up the bag, grab like a handful, like in there, and in the very big palms, and kind of like just like go like slowly approach the chickens and just like in like a weirdly calm sort of like lower voice.
Hello, creatures from beyond the stars of mine. I mean you no harm.
Why is this
Would
more
you like some
terrifying?
food?
Probably an animal handling. I'm almost tempted because of the filter to give disadvantage, but I'm just gonna it's gonna be a flat roll.
Like the filter does like disadvantage, but the chicken feed has advantage, so it cancels out.
Yeah, go
Like-
ahead. Roll me
I
roll
don't,
animal.
I don't,
The flat 10, baby.
like, I don't trust that voice. But food.
What's it called? You approach with the chicken feed to the chickens, and it does appear that while at first they seem kind of apprehensive, a couple of them do like take the feed. The others do that thing where they kind of stand there and they're waiting for you to just drop it on the ground to not eat it out of your hand. What's it
Yeah, that's
called?
very fair.
But some of them do. Some of them do approach. Thank you for sound effects. And at the very least, they don't fly away. But they're clearly in that state of like, wait, I don't know you. Type of thing that animals often do.
very much chickens. Chickens are very familiar with their people, so yeah, this is a gigantic fucking robot. But yeah, like
yeah, this is gonna end up down the line by the end of the campaign. We're just gonna have like a flock of chickens around Atlas. It's like these are my chickens. These are my herd.
Atlas
One
is going to
per-
like,
a person-
kind of like once
fine.
again, kind of similar to Shalqua, like kind of like warm their hand, like just like a little bit up to just kind of like pet the chickens that finished like like eating out of their hand, as they do like drop some more like feed to the other ones who don't want to approach.
Final boss hits Atlas, the fucking Legend of Zelda Cuckoo Swarm appears.
You are able to, do the same thing that you just you did earlier with Shalkar, where you're able to, warm your hand, put your hand against the chickens. Some of them, seem to really like the sensation. Again, the ones that were kind of like a little further back that were just kind of like staring at you, they they seem to like partially be curious, I guess, as to what what was the deal here. So they kind of approach a little bit more, but they're still kind of like at attention. You're not leaving their crooked eyesight. What's it called?
What's it called? Like, how many chickens are there actually?
So I'm gonna say it's probably like 4. Well, no, 5. I'm gonna say there's 5.
Okay.
But I do like to point out that the farm that you find, that for context of placement, is a little bit off to the side of the like large manor in Majula. Chickens are not the only animals that are there.
Oh shit.
There's actually 2 separate corrals, I guess, with for the animals. The first one is a chicken coop, yes, but the second one that is a little bit further away appears to be like a pig pen. What's it called? So that same conditions as you would imagine with the with chicken coop. The pigs look like they haven't been eaten properly in a while, but they don't look like super like emaciated.
Okay.
You actually see that unlike the chickens, the pigs were actually smart enough to break down the access to the to their feed, and they kind of just been helping themselves for a while.
That's the fucking pig. That's fucking pigs for you. They're way too smart. It's horrifying. But I think like around this time, it's like Signis like walks in like, hey, I want a fish. We need to get some food for dinner, and Atlas says,
Phantom Thief. Allow me to introduce you to Mercury, Venus, Terra, Mars, and Jupiter.
Cock.
I guess Ace also just walks by and hears the shenaniganry of like giving names. Just curious, just walks over. Like, what'd you find there, Tin Man?
The farm house here houses a few pigs that we can use for livestock, as well as 5 free chickens. I have previously heard of this bird before, but I have never had my chance to come near one. They are very charismatic.
And if you ain't careful, they can be quite ornery.
That is why this armor of mine will protect me, as I learn the etiquette that these birds require when handling.
Signis in response to like hearing all the bird names just says, "Did you just name all of the things after celestial bodies?"
I am surprised that you identified them, but yes, they required designations, do they not?
Well, yes, but also, out of so Can Cygnus try and roll animal handling to like pick up one of the chickens very carefully and like
You can
gingerly
certainly
place it on
try.
top of Atlas's head? Watch
You
as
can
I roll shit.
certainly try.
Cygnus is just
17.
gonna like gingerly pick it up, place it on top of Atlas's head. Now
Uh,
we need to go fishing.
They do the thing where their heads become like steady cams for a second, where they stay in place before you move the rest of their bodies. What's it called? And like, I want to point out, like, the chickens aren't like particularly super large. Not at this moment anyway, because they haven't been fed like properly in a while. But they do seem to be, I'll say, of an appropriate size enough they can potentially maintain their balance on top of Atlas. Maybe not on top of Atlas's head specifically, but on their shoulders. The the chickens don't really, well, the chicken specifically that you pick up doesn't really even like react too much, but they might start flapping wings and trying to move away if you guys start moving around too much.
What's it called? Like Atlas will kind of like hold it steady as says, like it basically like you put them there and like Atlas is completely fucking still and you have no idea like what the actual reaction is, but you just kind of like
Just like you hear like the slightest, like tiniest, just from the inside.
Excellent. Very well, Phantom Thief. I shall help you procure the fish that we require for our meals. And I suppose Jupiter shall come with us.
I guess if we ever decide going into town, we could buy a couple of roosters and, well, I mean, chicken pretty good eats.
Cygnus like looks over, like gives like Ace
We are not eating the chickens.
Yeah, that was clear enough.
The
Eggs, fine. We will not slaughter these magnificent birds.
Just watch as like Valencia eats one day. God, Atlas would be distraught.
It's like slow blinks, like. I mean, look. If you there, look. I understand y'all don't want to eat your little. We won't be eating your little friends. Yeah, we could use some. We could use them for eggs. Need to get feed for them and whatever scraps we got, we can feed them to the hogs.
Most of this chicken feed is expired, has gone stale. However, hogs tend to be able to eat anything.
Same
so
with
they can be
chickens.
repurposed.
No, chickens eat everything as well.
Is this true?
Yeah, chickens they don't. Yeah, chickens don't really mind. It's just, well, what you feed them. That's the issue. Cause, well, they'll eat anything, but it can get them sick. I've had we had a few chickens on the whole homestead that, well, they got into some rotten feed, and a few of them got sick for like a day or two.
You seem to have a great expertise on these animals, or outlaw. I will be consulting you in the future for the tips on animal husbandry. Thank you.
No worries.
Cygnus is just gonna like. Cygnus like, wait, how many fishing rods did Cygnus get? You said a couple, but you didn't like give
said
a specific number.
Roll me a d4.
D4, okay. Watch as I roll a 1. Never mind. That's
Hey.
perfect!
Is this the fishing trail?
You find 4 fishing rods.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Cygnus hands just like holds one out to Ace. Would you like to come fishing? We need dinner.
It's been a minute since I went fishing. I guess.
Yeah, cause if you remember correctly, our rations are gone.
Except for Rock.
Alright. Well, I'll try and scrounge up some bait.
Wait, does Ace mention that
Oh,
the doctor wanted to see Atlas?
Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Doc wanted to give you a checkup. Sometime.
Signis fucking disappears.
Those are. A checkup is irrelevant. I am fine. Let us go fish.
The moment Signis hears Doctor, he's gone.
I guess
You just see like blink of yellow light as like he just fucking in Misty steps away. Not in Misty steps, sorry. What's it called? Uses
just flash steps away.
Yeah.
Well, I guess Walker ain't much of a fan of doctors, man. Well,
No, it's just that I don't need one right now.
like I imagine the friggin' fishing poles because you said they're like friggin' rudimentary ones. It's the friggin' one from that you see in like the illustrations for Huckleberry Finn, where it's just a stick, a piece of string, and then like a rusty old hook.
How much for the cat slippers as well too?
It's on a handout.
Yes. What's it called? Let me pull out the handout of Shock Wars. Shock Wars. Where is the? Here we go. So Shock Wars Secret Stash. I may have forgotten to update the stock because some of the items you guys have purchased, and I may have not actually updated the thing, but it should be there in the actual handouts. 20 guy, silver
Yeah,
cat
Signis
ring,
is-
red eye, name engraved ring. So yeah, you see the prices right there.
Signis is gonna bring over, or is actually gonna buy a pair of flying feline boots for Atlas.
Okay.
Fair enough. We don't have the handout actually.
Give me a second. First of all, I
We
need
do.
to-
It's just down in NPCs.
I need to mark down.
Okay.
I need to mark down the what's it called? The items that have already been purchased. So Ring of Evil Eye. No, Ring of the Red Eye. My bad. No, not Evil Eye. A silver cat ring and the flying feline boots, as you guys purchasing them.
Yep.
Okay. In that case, let me mark all of those off. Let me see if I do have the handouts for the items, because I'm pretty sure I do. I just need to find them amongst
Yeah.
all my shit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah,
so
we just need the cat boot handout.
the Ring of the Red Eye. What's it called? While wearing this ring, you can cast Compel Duel once per long rest. Ring of the Silver Cat. Silver Cat ring rather. You reduce falling damage you take by 2d6. And where is the armor and shields?
Also,
Over.
I drew some professional official art.
Oh, what do you have for us? Hold on.
It's the
There you
fucking
go.
ring.
This one.
Yeah, mother.
I mean, it's pretty much similar too.
I fucks with it.
It's so tiny.
Hold on. Here we go. Flying feline boots. There's a handout.
Oh shit! Doesn't require attunement. Fuck yeah.
Like the silver cat ring. Yeah, it doesn't require attunement, but it only reduces by 1d6.
Wait, can Signis actually look again to see if he can find a fishing net?
Like looking around. That's going to be another investigation check if you're looking around town to see if you can find it.
I guess I could give him the help action?
Sure.
Yes. That's fucking 11.
There is a net that you find, but it has a hole in it. You might need to spend some time working to repair it.
Signis is gonna look at Ace. Do you have any means to fix this?
Give me a little bit. As Ace
I
kind
have an
of
idea.
goes into her bag and gets like from her tinker tools like little knit needles, and she casts mending on the net.
Nice. Quick question. I genuinely have to ask because this might actually be a strategy. What exactly does the alluring skull do? Because if it draws all creatures in, I could use it, throw it into the water, and then cast out the net.
I'm gonna say specifically only works with undead. What's
Damn
it
it!
called? Let me see. Actually, let me check. Because I think I did.
I mean, that'd
actually
be
do
kind of cheap.
I did actually work. What's it called? What's it called? Like handout for this. Let me check. Okay, no, I did write it down, but I didn't specify like what creatures are affected by it. What's it called?
Ace wouldn't let you use the friggin' skull anyway.
We need food. I'm kidding, but no, that's just an option down the line. I think right now Signis is just gonna do fishing the natural way.
I'll
'cause
probably lower the,
it's
the
fucking fun.
intelligence there. If you guys are going fishing, then I'm gonna have to ask you to make some checks in a moment. But while you guys do that, I wanna quickly cut to the rest of the party, if that's okay.
Yeah.
That is perfectly fine. We can do this in chat.
Shield bearer, Valencia, Rock, while the party is fishing with the boys, with the fellas. What are you guys doing?
Like I said, Shieldbearer would search out Melinda.
Well, seeing as this is probably still happening within the day of you guys getting the people out of the town, what I'll say will happen is that during the time where you guys are seeing that like all the townspeople are kind of beginning to get settled, those who are wishing to stay anyway, you will notice that Melinda herself seems to be hanging by the pit. What's it called? Just kind of staring down at it. Actually, as another note, her night bodyguard is nowhere to be seen. It did not actually. They did not actually walk out of the pit with you guys. What's it called? She will look over at you, Shieldbearer, as you approach, and will say, "Well, back in the surface again. Never thought I'd see the day again."
How are you holding up?
I wish I could say I am relieved of being back here, but something about this fresh air feels wrong.
If you need anything, you can come to me.
A nice offer and all, but, well, I don't believe there's anything I need at the moment besides just to think for a while, at least. So, what's the next plan for all of you? Well, I see your friend kind of looks over to the side, sees everybody going fishing, and looks back at you guys, and it's like, well, what's the plan for the future for all of you? If there is a plan, that is.
Out of character, just real quick in between. What was that language called again? What
Not common?
the? Yeah, is it undercommon?
I mean, mechanically speaking, we're treating undercommon as like the language of the less fortunate, you know, of the underground.
Yeah. Well, for now, we, like you see, want to gather supplies, rest up a bit, make sure everyone gets situated up here. And after that, we will have to see. If it is up to me, I would go down there, investigate everything, make sure everything is safe.
I guess nothing's really stopping you. After all, well, you guys did kill a lot of the bad critters down there. But,
Yes, but it
well,
is.
Go ahead.
It's unwise to split up and head down alone.
Well, I mean, I suppose that's fair. You don't know what's down there, and you don't want to get caught with your pants down, so to speak. Well, if that's the case, then you didn't just approach me to ask how my day's been. So, what is it that you want?
I was looking while we were resting up for a teacher. Someone who could learn me Undercommon.
Raises her one visible eyebrow and will say, "Look, I'm not much of a teacher myself. Hell, I barely know how to, do the things that civilized folks be doing nowadays. And, well, I'm not even sure if I'm going to be sticking around this place. Don't get me wrong, nice place if you ignore all the the buildings that are falling apart. And, the fact that this place hasn't been touched by any working hand in, a while.
I say, we should probably put a fence around the giant pit, shouldn't we?
What's up, Bob? You scared me. How do you sneak
Fucking
around?
notice the
with
fucking horse.
How do you sneak around on a horseback of all things?
Sneak around? Whatever could you mean?
You know what? Never mind. She kind of looks at you two at this point and kind of shrugs and says, "Well, I guess I don't know. I would have to think what my options are here. Now that I'm a Bob, I might look around and travel around the place. No, not really something that would say have times for sticking in place for a long time. She kind of thinks for a second. Well, so what is it that you guys are going to be doing now again?
Well, we can't just leave everyone here alone. Some form of food sources in order. I have noticed on the map there's a nearby village, so we could possibly go talk to them and figure out something more permanent for everyone here. Regardless if they want to stay here or not, they are going to need food after all.
Melinda kind of thinks for a second and says, "Well, you seem to have a better grasp of what's around than I do. I don't recognize this place, in anything. So, well, if you want to keep some of the folks around here, yeah, you might as well start getting to work relatively soonish. After all, well, some of them might want to return to their homes, and others, well, I think they're just happy as long as they can stick around in the surface. But yeah, you can't just run a town on hopes and dreams. Trust me, we've tried, and that doesn't work out most of the time. So, if your plan is to start setting up, fancy trade routes and all of that stuff, then your best bet is to try and find whatever town is the closest and see if you can, I don't know, get in their good graces. After all, well, and this may sound a bit bleak for you, but truth is the truth. A lot of people are not going to start to want to trade or share their resources just out of the kindness of their own heart. There has to be an incentive there, or at the very least, are a good reason. My advice, if you can take any from me, is that if you're going to wherever it is that you're going, be it a town, another kingdom, or anything like that, I think what would do you wonders in order to get this place up and running is to build up your reputation.
I'm all well too familiar with that. Consider it done.
I'll believe it when I see it. And as for you, she turns to Shilber and says, I guess I can give you some pointers on the basics, but don't expect me to go all into the technicalities of of our language.
That would be appreciated.
She nods and says, "All right, come over here. Let's get some place where we can, where we're not next to." She looks over at the at the pit. What's it called? At this point, she does notice that the oval statues are here as well, on the top of the pit, and she does like a scoff and kind of just shrugs and moves away. Damn near almost like kicking one of them into the pit. Doesn't actually kick one of them into the pit, but you can tell like she just kind of like pushes past against it. What's it called? She will look over her shoulder to you, Valencia, and say, "What about you? You also want to learn some pointers here?"
I'll be fine. I'm going to go check up on the others.
By the way,
Suit
did we
yourself.
bring the ant up as well?
You can't. You can't bring the ant. It's too big. What's it called?
I mean, potion of growth, potion of climbing.
I mean,
Atlas help.
I'm gonna say that maybe the what's it called? The Rat King would have probably had a couple of things to say up against that creature, but what's it called? Here's what we can say for just the purpose of so I'm not like glossing over a lot of things here. I'm gonna say that the ant doesn't really want to be moved from underground. It
is an ant.
Yeah, it doesn't
fair
really
enough.
like the. It was already, like I said, not really okay with people touching it in the first place. So, it seemed to be more content with staying underground than that getting dragged all the way to the top.
Fair
I would
enough.
remind you, she expels corrosive gas that will probably destroy the buildings nearby if you have her too close. So probably not the best of idea to have her in a town like this that is already kind of falling apart. What's it called? So here's Shilber, you're gonna be taking some pointers from Melinda on the language of Undercommon. I need you to make me roughly how long would you have wanted her to teach you?
For as long as we're resting, was my idea.
Okay, well, I'll say roll me just like a intelligence check, like a raw intelligence check. Also, goddamn.
See, in my heart of hearts, I knew that was going to be a fucking crit, and I'm so upset that it was. At the very least, it's not like a gun, so it doesn't like actually make like a loud noise or anything. It's just like a pseum. But yeah.
Okay.
Just imagine like a number of fish float up from the water.
you see, what's it called? Well, first of all, one thing at a time. Shilber, over the course of this next day or so of you guys just kind of like, you know, getting everything in order and sorted out, you will, well, hear from, well, you will start learning a couple of things from Melinda. I'll say, I'll say you're able to retain like pretty much most of the information that she was, trying to impart on you. Mind you, she's not like a teacher, so like all of the stuff that she's saying is kind of like disjointed and doesn't really have like a flow to it. But you try your best to kind of retain the information of what she's trying to tell you. I'll say you learn a couple of words here and there to pick them out and maybe even like use them in a particular context, but probably not enough to make a conversation. You just kind of start picking up and memorizing individual words here. What's it called? You would need a bit more time and maybe like a proper teacher to actually like learn the language as it were.
Yeah.
All right. What's it called? As Valencia Rock. Besides, walking around or chilling in your places. Are you guys doing anything?
You going first, I guess.
I don't really know. I guess he'd just be kind of clearing up and setting up his little doctor area, treating any people who come in needing it, since of the party, everybody else seems to just kind of fucked off and done their own things, and it's like, you can't really treat people if they don't come to him to get treated. Like, he cannot pick everybody up and just put them in his office.
I'll say, your day isn't entirely idle. There is still like a lot of citizens from the gutter that will probably like swing by to get like regular checkups. Just to make sure that they are not in any threat of immediate death, which, to your absolute non-surprise, you're able to pick out that, a lot of these people look pretty rough. This like they're holding on entirely through whatever undead curse is starting to take hold of them. What's it called? And making them sort of like ignore part of their pain. What's it called? I'll say, well, you probably don't have all the resources right away to like treat or, I guess put them in observation, so to speak, at the moment. But you make do with what you have and just give like a general diagnosis, and the people will probably be a little bit calmer after being told you might survive. What's it called? And besides that, if you're not doing anything else, then Valencia, go ahead.
Valencia will slowly make her way towards the trio, and once again, out of nowhere, just announce, "How goes the fishing, Sir Atlas, Mr. Walker, and the peasant?"
Don't.
Finally, quiet down.
What's it called? You arrive right as Atlas fires into the water, like letting this splash of partially heated water kind of begin to fall down.
I am in the process of learning, but the outlaw gives unclear instructions.
You ain't taking instructions, good. You damn bucket of bolts. Anyway, I told
Signis
You are
is gonna
not
like.
giving instructions properly.
Signis
well,
is
you
just
ain't
gonna look at
listening.
Signis is gonna look at Ace and just say, "Let me handle this. This is. You have to handle this very carefully." Signis like starts like explaining very detailed step by step on like what he knows, which is literally just like fucking cast line of the water, wait till something bites, and like after like putting bait on and such, and he just like then turns to Valencia and is just like, sorry, about that. We're just trying to get ourselves some. Well, we're trying to get dinner. Would you like to join us? I happen to have a spare fishing rod that I found.
I might consider later. Right now, I'm checking up on everyone.
Checking up on everyone, Commander.
Yes?
It is good that you came. I was going to help, and will continue to help out gathering supplies. However, there is a pressing matter that must be addressed. It is in direct concern with your continued command.
Oh, what could possibly be the matter?
What's it called? They you know like they actually like kind of like set the they set the fishing rod down, like, you know, stand up and like like, you know, like turn to you, and says
You have proven yourself to be someone with experience, someone with the ability to understand the flow of battle. However, you have a fatal flaw. Your Hamartia is hubris, and this cannot be allowed to pass if you are to remain commander.
Signis like pauses, just like, as much as I hate to admit it, the Atlas is right.
You see Ace kind of just like, what a shitty grin in the back, like, ooh, they.
I don't think I quite understand.
Your leg.
What about it?
It is clearly injured. Now, I am not in any form of concern as to whether or not your leg is injured or not. I care directly about results. I don't care if your leg is broken. I care if you can continue fighting while your leg is broken. If you can, that is fine. However, you have proven to yourself that you have not been able to.
We defeated the Rotten, did we not?
We defeated the Rotten with my help and your reluctance to accept said support. I should not be the one giving calls. You should. However, you refuse to use me to the best of my abilities and to the best of your abilities. It took merely 6 seconds. We managed to gain a measly 10 seconds by me picking you up and transporting you to the creature. However, out of everyone here, you, Knight, should know how crucial even 1 second is in a fight. Unless you've never been in a fight to begin with.
I have. I've been in many fights.
And how many of those have you fought alongside comrades? Alongside your actual order?
A couple.
The point stands. My respect for my commander is far too great to allow her to keep holding herself back from greatness. If you refuse to accept the help and accept the fact that you are injured and do require aid, then I will have to escalate the situation.
Your pride does get in the ways at some points, Miss Valencia.
My pride does not get in the way. And you, Sir Atlas, you're the one who proceeded to jump into enemy fire, did you not? Repeatedly.
I was able to do so because I understood my ability. You do not seem to understand yours. which is why I shall, metaphorically speaking, cast down the gauntlet.
Ace seeing this shenaniganry going, looking at the two of them, like, On one hand, Valencia is a piece of work. However, she did try sticking her neck out for folks and trying to be the somewhat leader. However, Atlas, also piece of work, starts shooting at every possibility, but they are at times reasonable. So Ace kind of looking between the two of them, kind of moseying on up, kind of with their thumbs on their friggin' suspenders, looking between them like, well, I can see where this is going.
It seems you underestimate me, Sir Atlas.
I believe I perfectly estimate you, Lady Valencia.
Could you two kiss already? The tension between you two, who can be cut with a knife?
What's it called? Like, I feel like Atlas, even though Valencia's on a horse, I feel like that just makes Valencia eye level with them.
Yeah.
And just kind of like, getting close to her says,
Tomorrow, dawn, we fight. Do you accept the challenge that I propose to you, Knight of Drangleic?
I accept your duel.
At this point,
Good choice.
you guys hear a set of footsteps approach as the Emerald Herald arrives, drying off her green hood from the water that splashed from Atlas shooting the water earlier. And she says, a clash between allies. Is this I'm hearing?
Do not get this wrong. This is merely a lesson that must be taught, either to her or to me. Nothing more, nothing less. A noble's duel is one to prove an argument. It is not one to the death. It is not meant to create discord.
A simple argument with swords.
And what do you hope to prove to each other with this duel?
I seek to prove that Lady Valencia is not capable of her full potential. I wish to see her full potential realized, but that potential can only be done if she accepts help and swallows her pride.
And I will fight you on foot just to prove that I can.
Signis fucking face palms. And there goes every advantage that you may have had.
Oh, come on, Walker.
Like
This is gold.
He's
right
saying
here.
that. He's saying that under his breath. By the way, he's saying that under his breath.
Ace just sees like Signis just face palming and saying that oh, come on, Walker. This is gold right here. And plus,
Well, fine. I'll. Signis just steps up and just says, "If it's too much to ask, I can oversee the duel, and stop you if anything starts going wrong, or it gets too heated. Understood?"
Outlaw, are you able to rise up a crowd for this duel? We will need witnesses, will we not, Lady Knight?
Are your companions not
Signis
witnesses
face
enough?
palms again.
Yes, the Emerald Herald.
Signis's face palms again.
Oh no, well, Miss Harold, this is well, it ain't every day that you have yourselves a good old fashioned duel, and you picked a perfect person for the job, Tin Man, as the slick shots are some of the finest duelists in the world, and also great at advertising too. Give me about a few minutes. I'll drum a crowd. Hear about this from miles around.
Valencia breaks a sweat.
Atlas turns to you, Valencia, and presses like a finger against like your chest and says,
I hope that will not be a problem. If you are so confident in winning, then perhaps my defeat will show the crowd who truly is the boss around here. Is that not true?
Signis just like fucking, like you just see like for the third time, just fucking face palms.
And once your authority is established,
Oh, come on.
what will you do with it?
Once the authority is established, whether or not I win or she does, chain of command will return once more. And we can continue on our quest. This will strengthen our party. That is what you asked of us, is it not?
Indeed, but perhaps it may weaken the resolve of one of you. To know that at any point you could turn against each other and one will come out victorious will certainly affect you in the long run, I imagine.
That is why I am confident in asking the Lady Knight. She, of all people, must understand the value of this exercise. As a noble and a knight herself.
Sir Atlas is a confident fellow. I'm sure he can handle losing a duel or two.
I feel like around this point, Rock would finish treating people and noticing all of the party aren't like actually in the town would be flying overhead as he kind of starts to begin to land. Also out of character quickly, I'm pretty sure Rock would actually be the best person for knowing what the chickens should eat because he's a bird. Like,
well, you're a vulture.
I know.
They're chickens.
I know. I was gonna say like not the exact thing, but he knows like what stuff's good, important for like egg production and stuff as a baby.
True.
That's what I meant. Like he's not gonna know like everything. Like, oh, this is the chicken. I know exactly how to tend it. I mean more like he knows the important dietary stuff they need.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, Rock would begin landing, and he would state, "So this is where you have all been." He says as he's wiping his hands with a sterilized cloth, clearly having probably come out of a couple of bits of operations and stuff.
You just see as like Signis like looks at Rox, is like, I don't need treatment right now. No, he's not gonna say that. I'm not in need of treatment right now. Oh, I am just fishing to get us a little bit more supplies for dinner and, well, to restock on rations.
That's the reason I came here. I was wondering where everyone was. And you were all not within the town.
I was handling that, and then, well, this happened. Just, like, looks at, like, the fucking ensuing fucking... just, like... I assume it's just, like, Atlas and Valencia...
Fucking, like, touching, like, they are about to fucking kill each other.
Yeah, Signis is just gonna, like... Signis is just gonna yell, could you two just kiss already?
Rock just looks between everyone.
You actually say that?
To be fair, Signis is teasing. But, like, he would actually say it.
Valencia's head would just snap towards you.
The tension is so thick you can slice it with a knife!
Atlas is, like, fucking doing an amazing job at ignoring Signis. They don't care about this, or whatever the fuck he's talking about. They care about this fucking duel.
Rock just looks between everyone, and mainly Atlas and Valencia, and goes, and what is this? He says, also goes, oh, this happens, like, and what is this? Because he wasn't here for any of it.
Well, Doc, this was the showdown of the century. A duel at dawn between between Scales here and the Tin Man.
Rock then slowed his hair and is glaring at Valencia, whom literally he just performed surgery on, and is apparently now going into a duel, not in a day after.
It is, the Emerald Herald speaks up and says, while looking partially at you, Rock, says, it's a clash between ideologies of your companions, it seems. One where neither side seems willing to back down from.
That is not mine. The morals of what the members of this group have on their decision and how to handle things is not mine concern. Mine concern lies when one of mine patients is fresh out of the operation room and is apparently getting into an altercation not even a week after, with not even a week of recovery.
Do you require a rescheduling of 3 days in advance, Lady Knight?
No, I do not.
Signis just like fucking face palms again.
The Emerald Herald will say, if you are set in this path that you wish to follow, a clash between you two, a duel between honorable knights, then perhaps there is a way that you may yet benefit from this, besides just establishing your authority and your point of view. She points at the this cliffside that is over to the side of the town that goes around the strange like aqueduct tunnel. You've seen it before. You haven't really gone down that pathway or up that pathway because it's like inclined up.
This is a PvP arena.
But she says, along the cliffside, you will find a monument dedicated to champions of old. Next to it, a perfect area for your clash. Perhaps it'll be of use.
Thank you for finding a venue, Miss Harold.
I have 3 things to declare. First, Lady Herald, there is a question I wish to ask that I believe is also important to all of us. Down in the tunnels, we slayed this great beast. And from it, you mentioned the concept of souls. We found something large, but we have no idea what to do with it. And I imagine whoever has the soul of the rotten would show it.
Yeah, that's Signis. Signis was the one who fucking grabbed it. Signis would just like pull it out, just like hold it up. I have no idea what to do with this thing.
It seems you have procured the soul of a great being. With it, you may acquire the strength of ancients. Consuming it should empower you with souls, but perhaps somebody else may be able to yet make worth of that soul. Solidifying it, crystallizing it into an item, an artifact of great value for you.
And do you know of anyone that would be capable or how to do so?
It is said that there were those who used to manipulate such arts, the crystallization of souls, in an old land known as Olafis, a nation that no longer exists at this moment, but the remains of which are partially now under the jurisdiction of the Kingdom of Drangleic, though they weren't always. Nation of Olafis, though once existed, went through many names, as many other civilizations rose and fell in its place. Before Drangleic, the region was also called Ven.
Well then, we will have to deal with this though later. My next 2 statements. Atlas, as I had mentioned, the bandages upon thine body need to be changed. On Lady Valencia, if you are intent on engaging with this duel, I would wish to see you before, once I have finished with Atlas. And he is saying that, and it's clear to see, this is not a discussion, we're gonna do it. He is saying, he is being, I'm going to talk to you after I'm done with this person.
Nice try, Doctor. I may have a respect for your craft, but I will still not allow you to place me in a position where I am without my armor.
I did not say that. I applied the bandages upon thine body whilst you had the armor on. Can do the exact same. They simply need changing.
We were in a perilous situation that required immediate, urgent medical attention without the necessity of downtime. Bring me the bandages myself, and I will do it myself.
Atlas, I will make this statement. Your objective in this realm is to defeat the swarm, yes?
Completely and utterly.
Do you possess medical skills?
I possess the skills necessary to keep me alive. My body bears a great many scars. This is not my first mission.
If thine arms succumb... Yes, but if thine arms, say, succumb to an injury, that could lead to an infection, or thine leg, that would hamper thine combat ability, or render thine unable to fight, and you yourself do not possess the means to treat it. What would you do then?
I will not allow such infections to even take place. You are already aware of my ability to cauterize wounds.
So,
Burning
Signis
thine
is just
flesh is not a method of treatment.
Signis is just gonna go up to Dr. Rock and just say, "Trust me with these types of people. You just need to leave them to their own devices. They are stubborn and to the very end, and tend to stay that way. Atlas has their reasons for not wanting to do so. It is best not to push it."
I will not give up on mine attempts to make sure that everyone in this group remains alive. I have agreed to do so, and I do not go back on mine duties.
It's not like they're going to kill each other.
I'm not referring to that. I am referring to the fact that I have the promise to treat and keep everyone in this group alive. I will not give up in mine attempts to do so.
I mean,
Why did you make such a promise, if I may ask?
I met with you all, and we had agreed to travel together, and and it is logical to keep you all alive. For if I was alone, my chances would be slim. And I do not, and I do or I do not. I do not try. And after our travels, I have grown slightly fond of you lot. I will not mourn you if you pass, and I will not request you do the same, but I do not wish to see any of you die nonetheless.
You're a doctor, are you not?
I am I do have the licensing and professional capabilities to act as one, yes.
Skills such as yours are on high demand. Why do you travel with us?
Well, partially because it is quite interesting to explore this new place, as I have not been here for that long, and it is different from mine home. Secondly, you lot are mildly entertaining to be around and travel with. And secondly, it seems that I will gain more from being with you lot than once again opening up a shop selling potions and other items. And doing the occasional operation. For doctoring is mine in third passion, mine first being mine alchemical crafts, and mine second being mine demolitions.
I see. Very well then.
That is not to say I will not charge others, but that is if they come to me seeking mine services. If I offer mine services and state that I will heal you, I will do so. And,
Okay.
and since Atlas you insist, he will hand you a medical treatment kit. But he is clearly not happy that you won't let him properly treat your wound.
Yeah, I know. I can imagine this is like the most frustrating fucking thing to him.
Lady
Like,
Valet-
especially because like Atlas let them before.
Yeah, and like for Valencia, he'll go. You are insistent upon engaging in this conflict tomorrow with Atlas, correct?
Yes.
Then come
Tomorrow's duel is happening for certain.
Then, as your doctor, I request you come with me. He says just for the follower. He's not going back to the medical clinic. He's going like somewhere else, like somewhere just like open and away from him. Just for like the case of privacy.
Valencia looks at Dr. Rock, just like hushing Valencia away to just like go have a quick chat, but Valencia doesn't follow.
This is not me criticizing thine choices. This is me trying to offer my assistance. As I have recently treated you, I wish to and I wish to help you if you are going to follow through with this.
I am aware of my injuries and I know how to fight. I'm going to be just fine.
Yes, but I doubt you wish.
Did I stutter?
Out of character, what I was planning is Rock was basically just gonna test with Valencia to basically just help her get out of the habit of relying on her injured leg, so she can actually not risk reopening the wound that he recently performed on.
Under normal circumstances, Valencia would go talk with Rock, but there's a lot of tension right now, and she's not about to lose face by going to chat with the doctor about her injury.
I mean, he wasn't even going to talk about that. He was basically just going to say, I will not stop you, but I want to help. And also, he was going to, in the morning, give you a dose. He also gave in your medical treatment. He was going to inject you with a healing potion beforehand to try and, like, help speed along the healing process.
If we are moving along, that old warrior's place seems like a sacred ground. We should go pay our respects before the duel.
The Emerald Herald nods and says, "This place is your home for all intents and purposes. Feel free to, explore it as you see fit."
Also, Miss Harold, you know where we can find a big sheet of canvas anywhere?
She kind of looks around for a moment and looks over and says, "You may yet find some of the left behind materials in the town. Or perhaps you can ask Lady Valencia's companions to spare some of their tents."
What's it called? Like, Atlas will actually provide the components of their cartographer's tools if if Ace asking around for that sort of like poster stuff. Because obviously cartographer's tools is not calligrapher's tools, but it is still a quill, ink, parchment.
Oh no, not necessary. No, she wasn't looking for like quill ink. She was looking for like something to make a big old poster.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Atlas is going to like pass them 3 sheets of paper, which probably looks like way too fucking fancy. But
Tin Man, as much as this is gonna be nice and all, but why are we having perforated paper? Stuff for like a deed or to make a flyer.
I thought you were going to create flyers.
I was gonna make a banner, and also, granted, there's not too many people here, so I was gonna make it big, something big and attracting, but this also works.
Best of luck then. Unfortunately, I do not have any resources at the moment to create a banner. But good luck.
Oh, trust me, I already got that covered. As Ace kind of digs into her bag, using her adjustable tool set, reflavoring this, she pulls out a bucket of paint and a paintbrush, getting painter supplies. She now has proficiency in painter supplies for the time being. And yeah. Well, looking around, is there like, I don't know, like old tarp that would go over a wagon or a bunch of crates, or maybe like
well, like I did say when you guys first arrived at town and you guys started looking around, that you did find like carts and a wagon that looked like pretty, out of shape in disrepair. You can potentially use some of the canvas canvas-less tarp from the not usable wagons to do whatever it is that you want to do here.
yeah. Also, for posterity's sake, being funny and also poking fun at the two of them, Ace is going to paint on the Duel of the Century, and I'm using the chibi images that I drew of you guys from all the way back before we started the game, but also making it look like, oh, Ace has like friggin' glowing laser eyes, having that little sparkling effect, and friggin' having Valencia like sticking their tongue out. Like, nah.
Okay.
And starting to get people's attention.
Well, the call is
Also,
probably-
yeah.
Okay. Here's what's gonna happen. Well, you can make me a check. Are you proficient in calligrapher or cartographer's supplies, Ace?
With my infusion, let's see.
Right tool for the job?
It's essentially the right tool for the job, but it's an attunement item called the adjustable tool set. Let's see.
My
Where
request,
was
would
it?
we, in 18 to 20 minutes, would we be able to take a brief break? I got pizza in the oven.
Sure. We can probably take a quick break in a moment. What's it called?
Yes.
In that case, gonna work to ability checks. Okay. In that case, roll me like I guess will be check with this adjustable tool set. Using, if you're trying to make it look fancy, I guess it will be using charisma or dexterity. So I'll let you choose.
I'll choose dexterity.
Okay.
Actually, no, charisma. Charisma's higher because she's making it. Because she's putting some flair and pizzazz into it.
All right. Then roll me this check.
Alrighty. Efficiency. And you know what? She's going to use Flash of Genius for it as well, so making that a 16.
Okay. In that case, you're able to make a pretty flashy, I guess, announcement, as it were, of the, the event. You believe it might draw a lot of people's eyes.
Mm-hmm. And essentially, she's gonna climb up on top of a wagon to a relatively high-ish post, and because she's got some spells, she's gonna cast Pyrotechnics, and you see a big old and she takes out some firecrackers from her bag, as you see the chibi images of Valencia and Atlas in the air.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Once Ace is done with her advertising, Rock will casually approach her and ask if she'd be willing to assist him with things. Since Signis is off doing fishing, Shield Bear was taking linguistic lessons, and Valencia and Atlas are off doing their own things.
Okay, what's it called? Well, I mean, if you can go ahead and do that through text. What's it called?
Yeah.
As I do need to describe something real quick before we potentially go on break here. Once you're done kind of spreading the news around, hey guys, fight. The Emerald Herald does point you in the direction of the cliffside area where the monument is at. You would see in front of you, not to be confused with the monument that you guys see currently in the art here, that is at the very top cliff of Majula. This from a separate sort of pathway off to the side. The monument in that area in question is what appears to be a large sort of semi-rectangular shaped structure that seems to be comprised of multiple different types of stone that are kind of been stacked up together and bound in this really large, really thick roots and branches and the like. Almost as if the branches or roots were somehow magically made to entangle with the stone slabs that make up this monument. The monument itself is engraved with barely legible text that is written in the common tongue, but it's very ye old common, in the there is not exactly. You have a hard time understanding, even those of you who are, who would be a little bit more familiar with dialect, I guess. But roughly speaking, the monument reads something along the lines of, "For those who are willing to test themselves, to brave the adversities of the world, seek no further than to pledge your strength and your forces to the company of champions. For only through surpassing adversity will you truly be considered strong." And I have to reveal to you guys this handout.
Oh boy. Yeah, I love it.
So there's another covenant, the Company of Champions. A strange covenant whose ideals lie in the belief that only those who surpass through adversity through their own merits are fit to walk amongst the greatest. That only those who traverse the way of the champion are worthy to be called truly strong. Less of a covenant, more of a silent society of those who wish to prove themselves to an unforgiven world.
This just feels like a Valencia and probably Atlas thing. This just feels
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, Ace looking at it is like, you know what? I kind of like this.
Man, yeah, Rock did ask stuff in text because I didn't want to interrupt things.
What's it called? I'll leave it up to you all if any of you would pledge yourselves to the Company of Champions. For this particular, for your covenant. Like I said, me as a person would love it too, and Silver wouldn't. Damn. Well, I mean, hey, like I said, I'll reveal more of these as the campaign goes on, so you'll probably find one that you like.
Yeah, I honestly have no idea if Rock would ever join any of this, because I don't know if any would actually mix with his sort of.
To be honest, if the Red King wouldn't ask for loyalty, I think that would be the one he ended up with.
Once again, I mean, hey, it'd be like that sometimes. But before we go on a bit of on our break real quick, what's it called, as you've requested, Rab, I'm going to move you guys to this next map, which is the one that I'm going to be using for the duel. What's it called? I already
Oh
have some
shit,
of
it
your
looks
tokens
fucking
down
sick.
here. Thank you, Neutral Party, for providing this map. You guys make some very amazing maps that can
As
fit in any
always, the
campaign.
OGs.
The OGs. What's it called?
Better get that crowd token, baby.
I'm gonna put the crowd token in a moment. I was barely starting to put down your tokens. So that's when everybody was there. But if you want to go on a break real quick, then we can do it just now. We'll be back in a bit, and once we get back, the duel between Valencia and Atlas will begin as a day will pass and dawn will come. And by the way, if y'all want to do something specifically during that day that you guys have to prepare, then feel free to tell me. So yeah, we'll be back in a little bit.
Hey.
There we go. We are back. Sorry that it took a while, but
Yippee.
hey, look at this. This little fan art that our dear traveling bard did. The duel at dawn, Atlas versus Valencia. Look at that.
Does it technically count as fan art if it's one of the people who are actually involved? So
That is
technically,
Canon
true.
it would
art,
just be
I
art?
guess.
It's just art.
I
What's it
mean,
called?
Why
Here's
did you
the-
not
I mean,
use my
in-
real name?
I mean, it all depends. Is Bard a fan of his own of the campaign he is in?
Yeah. Also,
So,
well, it's well. Here's the thing. I started running out of paint, so
what's it called? Before we get started on this, a couple of things that I need to ask. One, would you guys have done anything for the rest of the day that you would have before the dawn comes in this particular day of battle? And two, would the two participants of the duel, or anybody else for that matter, have made the pledge to the Covenant of Champions?
Valencia would have, after she left the party, she would have just walked around and just essentially just did like a checkup on everyone in the village, just to like gauge, like, do people want to leave? Who wants to stay? That kind of stuff. As for the Covenant, well, I have something ready before the duel.
Oh, okay. Okie dokie, spooky. What's it called?
Um,
I will say,
so-
well, a lot of people of the townspeople would have just been like, they would have had a bit of a mixed reaction to this duel happening. Some people who were a bit on the fence about staying were like, damn, we're just back in the surface and now people are like fighting each other. We're out of here. So some people.
no.
would've
Ace
thought-
would have spun it like entertainment purposes. Like, hey, this is a showstopper for your viewing pleasure.
Like, well, yeah, some people would still be kind of like, I'm not sure how to feel about that if we just escape a dangerous situation only to be greeted with like bloodsport. You know, what's it called? A lot of
Um,
people would be kind of having like an adverse reaction, but the vast majority of the townspeople, the ones that do decided to stay anyway, would be curious as to see, because they didn't see you fight, the Rodden, so they are here mostly out of excitement and curiosity to see like how is it that what skills you use to destroy the creature below the gutter. What's it called? But you were gonna say something, Signis? I heard you speak up.
Yeah, Cygnus would likely like go around trying to collect as much food as possible and just sort of like see if he could find. It's just like starts cooking meals en masse just to try and feed as many people as he can alongside the party.
Well, I'm not gonna have you roll for that. I'll just say that you probably had enough time to prepare to trial and error, get some food done for the people. What's it called? You actually see that, unbeknownst to you, at some point in between yesterday and this dawn, the Emerald Herald has actually procured herself a couple of snacks, as she is currently eating like a roasted octopus tentacle on a stick.
Damn!
What's it called? You're not sure where the fuck she got that. You didn't even know octopi were in this waters. So
just like pulls out a bag of Lay's.
no, I'm not gonna say all that. But what's it called? You're not even sure where she got that. But like fuck it, she's eating too. She sees this show go down, or about to go down rather. What's it called? Melinda is here at the moment, deciding to stay an additional day, to just kind of witness
Just to
this.
see the fucking fight.
Yeah, just to see the fight. Once she found out that there was a fight going on, she steps in through the crowd and is just kind of has her arms crossed while her butcher's cleaver is kind of like stuck on the ground, and she looks over and seems to have like an expression that, though again you can only see like a partially her face, you can just kind of feel that underneath her face mask and eye patch, she seems to be having like an expression of like, all right, let's see if you can put your money where your mouth is. Let me see what's going on here. And the what's it called? I don't know. Hold on, I just need to check something important here. Yeah, there we go. The crowd, like I said, they're all here with mixed reactions, but mostly curiosity and excitement. So, would anybody else have done anything? If not, then we can move on to what Valencia and Ace and Atlas are about to do and say.
Okay. So, as the crowd gathers around the monument, Ace, coming out in a flash of sparks and techniques with the friggin' fireworks of a dazzling display in the air, kind of like popping off, saying like, kind of popping off in like reds, greens, cyans, blues, kind of promoting the opponent's colors as such. She'll kind of. She actually. It looks like she's got like some of the paper that Atlas gave her. Kind of put some string around it to make a makeshift bullhorn, like the old school Barker horns.
Oh my fucking god, that's really funny. That's so good.
And hold up, let's see. I'm gonna put the echo voice on real quick because this just makes it funnier. Hold up, voice changer on. And yeah. Alrighty, gather around, folks, for a day of sportsmanship, gladiatorial gallantry, and knightly valor. I am your master. I am your mistress of ceremonies. Yep. Activator Brimstone, and here to introduce to you the two who are ready to prove their mettle in this here fight. In this corner, from parts unknown, forged from silver and steel, a knight of unorthodox skill and savoir-faire. I give you Atlas. As how does Atlas kind of walk up, getting introduced?
They just kind of stand there, like not really like doing anything, and just says,
My name is AR296158. Stop using my designation for everything. Call signs are used for heat of battle, not for normal speech.
Ace just roll her eyes, still keep just going with the shenanigans.
So you still have the voice model.
Yeah, Ace just rolls her eyes, just like, okay, whatever. It's still fun. It's still better. And in this corner, a fearsome foe. Oh, coming and to prove her honor. And knightly valor. With a breath so belligerent it'll burn your brows clean off. I give you the one of the dragon riders of Drangleic, the Lady Knight Valencia de Lille, as Ace kind of like turning her head, kind of sticking her tongue out, like, bleh. I have to use her full name because she's an asshole. Bleh. How does Valencia come out with when she's introduced?
Valencia will just stand there and wait for you to finish your speech. And after you finish, she would just like cough like, That crude introduction aside, everyone, I thank you for coming today. A mighty duel awaits us between myself, Valencia Draco of House DeLille, and Sir AR, the 296158. Guardian of the Stars. And now,
Don't say that.
forefathers, one and all, I honor this duel to the Company of Champions, and to you, Sir AR, the 296158. I point my blade at thee, to prove once and for all my worth as a Knight of Drangleic.
Excellent.
Okay.
What's it called? Atlas starts like, you know, like flips up like a panel on like their you know, like their arm, and like starts like tapping in and says,
The rules of the duel are set. First to concede, loses. First to be knocked out, loses. There is no dishonor in conceding as a knight normally would. I will be disabling use of my thrusters in order to remove the unfair advantage of flight. Lady Knight, would you have me ban the use of my incendiary strikes as well, or would you dare face me with them active?
I possess a fire breath. It's only fair you can use your own pyrotechnics.
Very well.
What's it called? On the note of the retainers. What's it called? As they're seeing all of this go down, obviously from the sidelines, you know, on Valencia's side, you will hear them all shout their words of encouragement. You know, Gwenolta goes, "Come on, you can show them what's for. You'll take them down in an instant. I know you will." You see Fern say, "Fight well, Our Lady. I'm certain that you will succeed no matter what." And Cersei will look over and say, "You have picked a fight that you will not be able to win, Metallic Knight. Lady Valencia will strike you down."
Alrighty, folks.
"All right,
Sounds
then,
good.
the combatants are set."
Yeah.
I have come to a horrifying realization. Valencia's there looking all proper, and then there's Atlas in the armor, but also like a fucking pair of cat slippers and having a cat ring on.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
They
They're
are
all
big
big fucking
cat
slippers
ring.
too. So yeah, that's fucking terrifying.
So yeah, friggin' Ace would say, "Alrighty, have yourselves a good, clean fight. Use any of your tricks up your sleeve to your advantage. If anything should go sideways, shield bearer and Walker here are your seconds to make sure folks are doing all right. Now, when you see the flare, go wild. Are y'all ready?"
Valencia nods.
Armed and ready.
As you see Ace kind of holding up Lady Luck in the air, as she fires, instead of like her normal bolts of thunder, it's more like how a starter pistol would be with a flare going up in the air. She casts pyrotechnics again.
Okay. Initiative?
In that case, yeah, sorry, I was tweaking my audio a little bit because
No problem.
I think my mic's coming up a little bit too low compared to y'all.
It was a little bit low, but not too noticeable, but yeah.
Well, I mean, I hopefully tweaked it a little bit more now, so I should be a little bit more audible. But yes, you may roll me initiative as I play the song that you so graciously provided to us for this particular fight, and I hope that I don't get copyright striked. So. Pull out the turn order. There we go.
Okay. So, you kind of like see Atlas like kind of like take a boxer stance, dig their like like toes into the ground, but lifting their heels, and like springs towards you, Valencia. And first they're going to attempt to grapple you. So beat a 22.
I will not.
As they just kind of like run forth to grab you by the neck, like holding, like kind of like start slightly lifting you off your feet, and kind of like tilting your head from side to side.
Wait.
Oh? Oh shit!
I forgot I had this.
Yeah, that's true. 89, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Wait,
don't forget you also have expertise, temporary expertise on athletics.
Yep, which gives a +3, so that's a 27.
Okay, well instead, yeah, like Atlas just completely.
I imagine you still do that. It's just
Yeah.
Valencia manages to recover last moment.
Yeah, like I imagine like maybe like just like a quick like bash to the face makes Atlas release you. As they say,
Passing skill. Interesting, you can break my grapples. Clearly you are used to these sorts of duels then. But I do not believe you are used to me.
We fought together, I know your tricks.
as they go for a left hook.
Hits.
And then a right hook.
Hits.
Yeah, as they just like bash you like to the side and batter you to one side and batter you to the other, and says,
I see you were previously unbruised. Send a doctor my regards, and let's see how well purple goes with your red.
Damn!
Valencia
Damn!
bloodied with those two expert strikes.
and Atlas is going to. You actually aren't like so. I'll flavor this as like you're just kind of like not really anticipating this. They did turn off their thrusters. You see no fire from their boots, but they kind of do a feint and like leap back 15 feet without the use of their thrusters and move over here and says,
You claim to have been able to raise commoners and lead them to battle. Let's see if you can raise your legs and lead them to me.
Signis is just like,
So
that is a low blow!
Cersei shouts and says, "You coward! You run away? from Our Lady? As she raises her fist in the air. Melinda looks over and says, No, you got it wrong. You're supposed to fly towards her, like how you crashed into my roof.
Damn! Damn! If Melinda's making up for the insults where Valencia can't.
But yeah, I end my turn.
Before I move on to Valencia's turn, does Valencia respond in any way?
Valencia, after those two hits, she's just trying to keep it together, I'll be honest.
Okay. In that case, what will you do now, Valencia? Draco Delisle, Rider of the Red Scales.
Valencia slowly approaches as fast as she can. Just holding her weapons in a defensive stance, ready to strike as soon as AR approaches. She's going to... Second wind? Damn.
Oh, that's a fucking minimum, Jesus.
You
Yep.
heal for 6 points of health back.
And she's just going to... Well, essentially she's just walking slowly towards AR, ready to hit as soon as they approach.
Okay, so ready action?
Yep, ready action, attack.
Ready action swing, okay. Oh shit, sorry. In that case, if that is your ready action and no more movement and bonus action, then we move on to AR once again. Who dares wins. Let's see what you have.
Slowly approaching me. Is it because you can't go any faster?
It's because I don't need to go any faster.
We shall see if that is true.
Go on, steady, you want the race. Go ahead.
As going to kind of move over here. You can take that ready action.
Yep.
As they just kind of they duck and weave and kind of just go past the pommel as you swing it down, as they're going to attempt to grapple you again.
Oh boy.
Beat a 24.
I will not.
Can you use Tactical Mind again?
I won't.
Okay. As they just kind of snap, once again, kind of snatch your neck, actually, and says,
I wonder, did being disgraced by the Dragon Riders clip your wings too?
as they're going to use their mobility boosters to force themselves 15 feet directly upwards and attempt to attack you with a battle fist. Does that hit?
Yep, that hits.
Pushing you 10 feet straight up, so 25 feet.
Mm-hmm.
With 13 bludgeoning.
Hadouken!
Sure you can. And you will take 2d6 falling damage as you fall, and Atlas does not take any damage, probably.
How much again?
2d6.
Okay. As she's mid-air, Valencia's wings just spread out, but they are too small, so she just falls down normally.
Rock is not looking happy about this purely because he's like, this might fuck up her leg, and he just treated it.
As crashes to the ground, AR lands gracefully as they're going to what's it called? They moved 20 feet. They're going to move.
Does Valencia go prone?
Would she?
That is like a 20-something foot fall, so I would say yes.
But
you're
falling- falling-
Yeah, I think it's only if it's like a 10-foot or less fall, you don't fall prone. But
she was 5 feet away from being 30 feet in the air.
What's it called?
I'll say that
see,
like. Oh yeah, go on.
the crowd is kind of looking like, ooh, that's looking like, it's kind of like, that must have hurt. And you do see, the Emerald Hill's expression seems unchanged. Now she's still just kind of like, staring at this, idly. What's it called? At this point, has finished like her octopus on a stick, and just is looking at the fight play out. Go ahead.
What's it called? Like AR. This isn't like like really like any attempt to like keep you down. It's more of just like a posturing thing. Puts like their heel on like the front of your breastplate and says,
You are commander, a noble, a knight. Where is your self-respect? Where is the drive to keep yourself alive? Do you not have a mission past the war? Is being a hero to you just being a memory and a story people tell in the future?
Your taunts will not work on me.
You could say that for yourself as well, Sir Atlas.
They are not taunts. They are questions. Questions that I want my commander to be able to answer if they are to lead me into battle.
Valencia focuses on trying to get the fuck up.
"All right, I end my turn."
In that case, Valencia, the ball is in your court. As at this point, the crowd is looking like, this is kind of looking a bit one-sided, isn't it? You hear comments from the crowd. What's it called? Melinda is like, come on, you promised us that you would lead these people to a brighter tomorrow. How are you going to be doing that from the ground? Get up! She yells at you.
Damn!
Valencia
Got an avid
does
supporter.
get up. Using her action surge, I imagine she tries using the fact that, AR's leg is right there
Yeah.
to, effectively, catch them flat-footed. And in that one split second, she'll unleash a flurry of blows.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead and roll your 4 attacks. Tung, tung, tung. Oh, shit. Hold on. That's... Yeah, I think all of those hit.
Yep.
Jesus fuck!
And you're now under the effects of sap AR, so your next attack has disadvantage.
Yeah. As
How much
you know,
damage is that? Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
a fucking lot. I'm bloody now. As I'll say that as for dramatic effect, like the final hit just bashes AR like close to the ground, as they just kind of shake their head and just say,
Good. I suppose the dragon isn't just good for slumbering. Well, let's see if you can keep your flame.
That I can. Now it's your turn to get up.
Okay.
Final thing she's gonna do is second wind. Ooh.
Alright, your second win.
"Oh,
Alright.
it's a good second win though."
Alright, so 14. Alright. So Atlas, you take 40 points of damage, Jesus. From the flurry of strikes that Valencia deals at you. Basically, because Valencia is taking the slashes, I imagine as she's getting back up, the slashes gonna come from bottom to top, and it's just like leg, thigh, chest, shoulder, as the 4 strikes find their mark.
I dedicate these magnificent strikes to you, dear audience. As for you, Atlas, do you wish for a blade?
A blade is not necessary for a knight such as I. You may keep your little heirloom.
Alright.
Atlas's turn.
We move on to Atlas's turn as the crowd is now split. Others are like, "What's this? Don't call it a comeback. We've been here for years," says some of the crowd.
Oh my god!
As they are getting hyped. They don't know who's gonna win this one, and now that it doesn't look as one-sided as before. what's it called? Also, for some reason, Atlas's health didn't update on the stream for some reason, but yeah,
It's updated for me.
yeah, no.
Yeah,
Also-
the Atlas's token has been kind of wonky this session actually, so like that makes sense.
It's
Yeah,
also
I-
roll 20.
Yeah, I'll see
It's also
what
just
I
roll
can
20.
do. Yeah, I'll see what I can do on my end. But well,
Yeah.
Atlas, we're back to you, so go ahead.
Would
So-
Atlas be bloodied?
Sometimes
Atlas
if
is bloodied, yeah.
sometimes if HP tokens don't update, you have to reload the page. Because like when I long rested Rock, its token HP didn't change even though it said it was at 50, so I had to reload and it loaded the correct health.
But yeah, once again, of course, as always, going to attempt to grapple. Oh, that's a bad one.
Valencia had... I have 17 AC, so that misses. Wait, no,
Oh,
that's
no, you have to
athletics.
make a contested athletics.
Right. Keep forgetting. Yeah, that
Oh
works.
no!
As I grab you, and my next attack has disadvantage, but I have advantage on grapple targets. So, straight roll.
Yep.
Actually, bonus action, you see the fist kind of like spark as I will activate Divine Favor. And
Oh shit.
attempt to punch. 22.
Hits.
As I'm going to pump in a second level smite.
Jesus!
Oh boy. Yeah. So that's.
Oh!
You are resistant to that damage.
So 7 for the 3d8.
So that is
You know,
And
60,
I
so
am
that's 19
going-
damage.
There's 19 points of damage. Go ahead.
And I'm going to attempt to apply. Where is it?
Are you doing your vulnerability
Him.
thing?
To apply anti-lag outburst. For the 2 divine
yeah.
favor, make a con save.
Okay. Ooh.
Okay, that's good. Well, I'm gonna hit you second time.
Didn't you use
18.
your first attack to the athletics?
No, because remember, I can try to grab and do an attack at the same time because of grapple feet.
Ah, I see. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Can you defend against the 18?
No, I can't.
Okay. Another second level smite.
Jesus!
So that's half,
Oh.
that's 8.
Let's see if the
21.
dragon can handle the fire, or if they're all smoke.
That is 25 damage.
As like they're holding you by the throat, they reel their fist back, punch into like just directly like into your face, reel back and just does the same exact punch the same exact way. As you just kind of hear like the mechanical zink tink zink tink. As Atlas will actually will kind of say,
You must understand where you went wrong, Commander. A victorious warrior uses all the tools at their disposal. A commander's tools are the soldiers at their command. Yield now and accept the use of us, your tools, or else be disgraced as I put you into the dirt. You are a worthy commander, but you keep making yourself weaker. I want to see your greatness.
Signis is just like fucking on the edge of the fucking bowl.
and that's the end turn.
Okay. Also, I think I figured out how to fix your token on the stream side, so you're going to disappear for a moment as I snap my fingers. And don't worry, hold on, no worries. We'll come back in a moment. And there we go. Now your token is updated on the sheet.
Perfect.
It's still not updated on the fucking stream. No.
No, it is. It's just for some reason out of movement. Hold
It's a
on.
delay.
Yeah, it's a delay.
Yeah, it's a delay.
But yeah, now that the audience can also keep track of your health, we will continue as Valencia, I move you to the next turn. Go ahead.
At this point, being grappled by the throat, I imagine Valencia would have probably dropped his sword by now.
Yeah.
One hand trying to get off, the other hand desperately trying to search for where her dagger is on her armor. As a desperate final attempt, she lets out a fire breath in your face.
I am going to willingly take that damage.
Ooh.
Damn!
As
Wait,
you kind of like see Atlas not fucking flinch as you like blast forward and Atlas just kind of like staring at you, holding you by the throat, kind of like tightening the grip, like at this point like just lifting you up the ground.
Your fire is great, but it has not been kindled. You refuse to kindle it. Yield, Lady Knight.
I will not be defeated so easily. She ends her turn, that's all she can do.
Alright, in that case, we will continue with Atlas as the crowd is, you see as some of them kind of like reel back instinctively as what's it called? As the streak of fire that comes out of Valencia's mouth kind of almost reaches like very close to where they are at. In fact, I guess Shieldbearer will be the first one to feel it. That's the heat emanating from the streak of fire like reaches very close to where you're standing. What's it called? And you guys will see that now at this point the crowd is at its peak at the moment as they all seem to be like leaning forward, trying to see what's about to happen. So, AR, go ahead.
So while grappling her, I'm going to attempt to shove her prone.
Wow! 24.
Beat
Athletics.
24.
Failing.
As Atlas just kind of like, this time like, they've previously had their free hand to reel back, but this time they put their other hand on your throat and just shove you into the dirt. And one of their hand like presses against your temple as they say,
Who are you fighting for?
What am I fighting for? Go ahead.
Can Valencia even speak at this point?
it might be difficult.
I imagine she's just snarling at you at this point.
Are you not fighting for your people? Are you not fighting for Drangleic?
How bad does this look?
Right, I imagine.
I'm imagining Valencia's beaten up like a boxer at near the end of a pro boxing match, but it's nothing like lethal. It's like nothing, but neither side's gone like lethal blood. Like nothing would be in a lethal location, but it's definitely like you are going to need Rock's attention after this.
They kind of say,
She's snarling, she's clearly starting to be out of it.
and says,
When I send you to sleep, think about it. Are you not fighting for glory? Glory cannot be won if you are dead. You cannot die. You are the commander. You are Valencia Drangleic, rider of the red scales. Remember that as I put you in the ground.
Damn!
as,
Just hit.
17.
It's
yep. As,
No. AR go for lethal or just to knock
of
out?
course not lethal.
No, but
No,
like,
no,
how does it look like?
Like,
Does-
what
they see-
they do?
They holding back or?
What they do is like, Valencia, you feel like a release of like your the pressure on your temple as Atlas kind of like hoists you back up. Like just props you, forces you to stand, like holds your sides to like stabilize you, takes a step back, and then right hooks you into unconsciousness.
Damn!
I was gonna imagine
jacked.
Atlas would have aimed for where the dirt and ground is soft and have given
Yes.
give
As you can
Valencia
see-
space
as-
where like they'll get
As you can see, the
pushes.
spot here is grass.
Yeah. Now then, I'm guessing combat's over.
Well, so basically, just describe quickly the immediate aftermath of this. So you probably Valencia, you boom, right hook Valencia, and Valencia, you feel your head spin as the world becomes blurry, and the last thing you feel is you hitting the ground as everything goes dark for a moment here. In that sort of like moment where the outcome seems to be decided, you see as the crowdspeople all let out like a collective gasp, like as everybody sees this happen. You see that Melinda kind of like does like a click of her tongue almost, like almost like damn, I didn't expected that, and I didn't expect that to happen. And the Emerald Herald simply like shakes her head, like not out of disappointment, out of more like damn, all of this fighting, type of like not really disappointed at the result, but more kind of like
These crazy kids.
Yeah, these crazy kids type of thing. You would see, like, even before Ace, who's the arbiter of the fight, like, even called, like, match is over, Atlas wins. The retainers are already running over to Valencia's side. What's it called? In, like, the immediate aftermath. But we'll drop initiative now for the time being, as combat is effectively over.
Rock will also go over. I do have a good question.
Before anyone like really like goes over, like Atlas will actually kind of roll Valencia off of like her face and like onto her back, like position her arms in like a dignified way and like lay her blade on top of her as just kind of like a thing of like, hey, I knocked you out, but respect though, like
I do have a legitimate question. Outside of throwing Valencia into the air, did Atlas just kind of all aim all the punches towards like the face, or were they scattered?
They were scattered. Like there was one in her ribs, one in her spleen.
Okay.
Both ones were to the fucking jaw, but yeah.
Rock will go over and would request help in basically getting her out of the armor so he can check to make sure nothing's broken and all that, since he's got to check multiple locations. Because I've got a maximum of 90 HP worth of healing potions, but Rock wants to make sure all the things he's healing are in the right place.
As as you're like kind of checking up on Valencia, the three retainers kind of like run up, and they're all expressing like their concern in various different ways. Furnace starting to almost like hyperventilate almost. You can hear like underneath the mask, he goes like, "Hey, Lady Valencia." As he like rushes forward, you see as Gwenalt also kind of like goes over and kind of position his body in such a way, okay, everybody, give her some space, give her some space. And he's like, are you okay? Can you still hear me? Can you? And then Cersei, probably the most worried out of all of them, eyes kind of like reddish as you see like maybe a couple of tears are beginning to escape her eyes. She looks over, and after sort of like just putting like her ear like closer to Valencia just to verify that she's still breathing, like she then turns over to AR and says, "You knave! How could you?"
It was a dispute between nobles, a dispute between knights. I did not want her to be hurt, and I avoided all vital organs.
Yeah.
I did this. Please understand that I did this out of concern for your lady, not out of aggression or spite. I want...
For like the first time in like ever, you kind of see like Atlas kind of like take like a breath actually, as they just kind of say,
I want her to lead me. I want her to be able to lead all of us. But this is a lesson that has to be taught.
Yeah. Also, if Signis does go to heal Valencia, he would tell him to wait on her because she took a lot of bludgeoning damage and all of that. At least he doesn't mind because that was swords and stuff, so it's just cuts. that's fine to heal over. It's nothing that's gonna be bad. But for Valencia, he wants to make sure she's properly treated beforehand. Man.
Well,
And
He's
then
just trying to
pointing
fucking
to-
get her up.
we'll say.
Well, he
in
don't-
Go ahead. Sorry.
Rocking out that, he would point to Cersei and go, "You, lady's attendant, help me remove the armor so I can make sure all of her bones are in the correct locations. Then I will heal her."
She kind of like looks at you, and then starts back at Atlas, and then looks back at Valencia, and without really saying much, like, we'll do whatever she needs to do to help out in, help tend to her. Signis, you cast Cure Wounds to, just kind of get the, what's it called? Get the initial sort of like head start on, remedies, I guess, for Valencia. Which I'll say at the very least does make Valencia wake up, but she's
damn.
still in the process of you guys are still in the process of kind of making sure the finer details, I guess, of the wounds are being treated. So Valencia, you will wake up whilst being tended to by all your retainers and some of your companions.
Rock has seen Valencia way too many times in the fucking hospital. Let's see if he got a nat 20.
Before we continue, however, with that, does Ace, our mistress of ceremony, say anything to the crowd?
There was the thing above the cure wounds. Signis did.
Hold on. Give me a second. Oh, yeah. Yes, Gels in the makeshift bullhorn says, in a perfect performance of police and prowess, the winner of this here duel is Atlas, all caps. What's it called? Like I said, you hear the crowd at this point, now that the final result has been sort of like announced, as it were. You do hear cheering. You hear again sort of like gasps of surprise. You hear a mixed reaction, but for the most part, doesn't seem anybody's like deathly worried, since it seems like everybody immediately got to like medical attention here. You will see. Yes, you do get healed by Signis, Valencia. You will see that the crowd kind of all begin to like murmur and talk amongst each other, kind of like you can't quite make out the conversation at this point, but they seem to be talking about just the general match and the process, the fight, the outcome. What's it called? The Emerald Herald very calmly begins to walk around the crowd to try and get over to where you guys are at.
Yeah. Also, Valencia would be waking up to
to ash and dust.
I was gonna say like probably some mildly sharp pain as Rock is actively resetting any broken or cracked bones as he and it is in perfect order because nat 20 on the medicine check. And after which he would offer. Let's see, I've got 9 common healing potions. How many would Atlas want and how many would Valencia want? I've got 90 HP maximum worth of healing potions.
Atlas isn't gonna take any of them. Like they took damage from this battle, and they're going to keep that damage from that battle. Like they wouldn't insult Valencia. They'll probably say something.
I would not insult the Lady Knight's combat prowess by instantly healing the wounds that she inflicted upon me. I believe I will let them stay for the day.
I'll take them for later then.
Valencia would need a moment before accepting any healing.
You were freaking unconscious. Signis just fucking taps you on the side of the body and then fucks off.
Yep, that's why I healed that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you once again find that your armor had been removed, though it's clearly just kind of next to you as Rock is currently resetting, like he resets he's slightly putting your other leg into place from your fall and all that,
Yeah, you could have sworn you heard something snap when she fell.
Yeah, like Valencia's probably feeling outside of the adrenaline, probably a bit of pain as Rock is perfectly sliding all of her broken bones into perfect alignment. and anything that's dislocated and all that, like her wings. I imagine her wings took a bit of damage from falling.
Possibly.
Yeah. Rock would then take his... I imagine because he can heal multiple potions, like, being stabbed by, like, multiple needles, I doubt would be fun for anyone. So I imagine he had, like, a needle gun, or basically just trigger, vial goes in, has needle on the end, so he can just, like, pop out the vial, put in a new one. So he doesn't have to keep stabbing somebody 50 times.
She would, like, put her hands, it'll be like, healing for later.
I would recommend at least one dose to help set all of your bones in place.
Lady Valencia, are you quite all right? Asks Cersei. Gwyneth goes, well, I'm not, and I say this with all due respect, you took quite a beating back there. And Fern speaks up and says, we worried for a moment that the duel might have gone on for far too long.
This is the second duel I have lost now. Can't say my honor is in the best of shapes, but I've seen worse. And I'm fine, as you can see. You have no reason to worry.
Well, I mean, we do worry. You know, after all, despite us just being, retainers, we're also, well, friends, right?
That we are, and it's appreciated.
Besides, you, in our hearts, you've never once lost. Fern says, it might take a moment to adjust here, but I would, we will keep you, help you stand back up if that's what you want.
Indeed. I'm sure you have learned something from this fight, Fern.
Indeed I have. It seems your armor's defenses are not quite up to scrutiny just yet. I apologize. It has been my inability to perform my service that has caused your armor to be dented in such a way.
I mean more so in terms of fighting. You're my squire. One day, you'll be a knight and you'll fight in duels such as I have today.
Well, that may be so, but I doubt I can perform even half as adequately as you did.
Yeah.
I have full faith in you.
Rock, in response to them...
I am happy that you do, Lady Valencia.
Yeah. Rock, in response to them saying, shall we help you, he would say, not yet. First I wish to bandage all of the damaged areas to make sure everything remains in place as the lady wishes to heal properly later.
There probably is a lot of purple on the skin areas. I would imagine that because she's resistant to fire, you actually see what you think might be bruises, right? But they're actually just scorch marks on the scales, and you can just actually wipe them off.
Honestly,
I mean,
yeah.
To be fair, Rock probably treated everything perfectly. I can't get higher than a 26. This is the best medic thing he's ever gotten. And honestly, it's fitting considering he has had to tend to Valencia the most. He's tried to tend to, the second person he's tried to tend to most is Atlas, but they just refuse. The next one after is Valencia.
Yeah, Valencia's a bit dizzy, but beyond that, she's basically in walking shape. Well, quotation mark walking shape, despite just being knocked out.
Rock would basically just... Yeah, he basically bandages everything he can while she's laying down, then would gently help her into a sitting position, bandage up the rest, then take a decently shaped nearby piece of wood that would work and insist she use it to help support herself. Because there's a difference between being respectful of the duel and not healing immediately, and just not actively looking after oneself.
She will probably just refuse and instead have. I imagine Gwenold. He's the strongest one, so have
he'll
Gwenold
offer-
like.
He'll offer a shoulder for you to like hold on to, and thus he will hoist you up.
Since she does want to heal later and he might not be around, he'll give her 5 of his healing potions. Because they're 2d4 plus 2 ones, so that's about... Because at most that's 10, so that's about 50 HP worth of healing at maximum.
Okay, can you just note down that in the chat so I won't forget?
Yeah.
Valencia would turn to Ace and just what's it? Just like, of course I had them going for a minute. I'm a knight. What, you were expecting me to just fall after a single hit?
With that first hit, that first punch, almost looked like it for a moment.
They got lucky.
At this point, the Emerald Herald arrives and says, I trust that now that this conflict is resolved, the situation now has fallen into an agreement as per your initial conditions of who the victor will be.
Valencia goes quiet for a moment. Just
Uh-oh, I have to admit it now.
realization sets in.
It's just
I mean, Ayor like walked off with Shieldbearer to like, you know, like kill a pig or something. So like they're not even there to like enforce the fucking thing. It's up to Valencia to if she accepts her fucking loss.
looks at the Emerald Herald, then looks at the crowd looking at her probably.
They're still here and even now have a reason to stick around because Signis is preparing a meal for them. So, what's it called?
Can... okay. I also missed that fucking what's it called?
Yeah, you can roll
Hold
sleight of hand
on.
to see how quickly you can whip up something. You even see Melinda kind of like she isn't walking over to you, she's still kind of staying back with the crowd, but she is kind of like just surveying the area, looking around, and just kind of seeing if there's anything else that's going to happen here.
Just like I just imagine the realization dawning on fucking Valencia's face. It's just like, oh no.
Yep.
It's like my brain's just you know that really loud like memed movie theater intro, the TMX or whatever it is, like the sound effect of that. Yeah, I'm just imagining that sound effect as Valencia's eyes slowly widen as she fully regains consciousness.
Okay.
This is probably the most silent she's been in a while.
Like everything, like she fully, like once she's fully regained like awareness of everything after being knocked out, she's like her eyes just widen, just that fucking sound effect.
The Emerald Herald will say, though I suppose your other companion is not here to enforce the terms of such duel. I suppose it'll be up to you whether you openly admit to the conditions or you find them at a later point and have a private discussion about it.
I may have been ever so slightly Valencia's trying to find the words.
Truly, the moment of all time.
My lady, you, says Cersei, you have been stricken in multiple parts of your body. You may not be in a condition to make a judgment call such as this. You need not openly admit anything at the moment.
Ace is just waiting for Valencia to say the words. Just has this shit-even grin on her face while she's smoking a cigar.
Rook just simply looks down at her and says, "There is no shame in the word that Atlas wishes thyself to admit. Knowledge is a facet of life that one is always gaining more of. Everyone makes mistakes and misjudgments. That is why we learn."
I may have been ever so slightly overconfident in our prior fights.
Well, Harold kind of like tilts her head to the side in like, you know, that's sort of like a head tilt of like, huh? And
Yeah, I
then...
feel like everyone else is like staring, like, and.
Yeah. Just really like rubbing that shit in. Signis is just like watching from the grill as he's making fucking fish skewers.
And
I may have been neglecting my leg injury.
Don't forget, Atlas did tell you that you had to start accepting help. That was part of the duel.
Yeah, like Rock's been passively helping with that in the background, but he's definitely not been like, he's not been actively admitting, oh, she got a leg injury, she got to deal with it all. He's been letting her deal. He's been waiting for her to kind of just grow up about it.
Signis is also being like fairly straightforward with it as well too. The thing is, the way he does it is just by asking questions and having her fucking question her entire being.
Yeah,
Just
the way
like
Atlas does it is punch her a bunch.
Literally, the three ways we deal with it. Rock is just the trustworthy compromise. Signis is just older sibling bullying you about a thing until you admit it. Atlas is just physically bullying you until you admit it.
I don't think Signis is really bullying, more so just
Well,
like trying to gently nudge you in the right direction by actually questioning in your choices.
Yeah, that's what I mean, like the older sibling bullying type thing of just like a, hey, you sure you're right about that? Like just the constant like pestering, bothering, and all of that. Whereas Atlas is just basically love yourself as I punch you in the mouth.
As per the agreement of the duel, which I have duly lost, I will not refuse help.
And just like Signis fucking appears.
And that is all. I will not refuse help.
Rock is looking, and he's asking, Rock looking down at her and asking, and he's not being, in his tone, he's clearly not being rude, teasing, or anything. He's just asking this generally. Does that mean you will be more compliant in mine advice on treatment recommendations?
The duel dictates so.
I just imagine like Valencia is like really having to force these words out, and you can just see it on her face.
Oh, she is, absolutely.
Her wings are just drooping.
Yeah.
Rock would then state, first thing then I would recommend, and he would turn to Ace, I will ask your assistance in this matter as well, and your companions may assist as well. With your cooperation and input, I suggest we make you a walking aid until thine leg has fully healed. AKA he's saying, with your guidance and design input, we make you a walking cane.
Signis is gonna like
For when we
bring
are
up
not
the fact
fighting.
that Signis is just gonna like shrug and say, I might be able to help with that. I've worked with working parts before. As you just see as he fucking like pulls out his cane, presses the little button, and then you just watch as it like fucking springs into a whip.
I will also work on a support for thine leg that should help ease off the amount of strain and weight upon it, so you can walk more easily whilst recovering.
Would that not get in the way of my armor?
I'm trying to think in my head how the design might look that might not. I'm imagining
You just have to put armor plates over it.
Yeah, I'm just imagining it's just a medical combat boot. That's the best way my brain can describe it. I can make it work. I also know how to metalsmith.
Fine.
Karen looks over at you, Valencia, and says, then perhaps I could focus my efforts on that as well, to assist in this particular caretaking of this injury of yours, Lady Valencia.
I will not refuse any aid that is given in assembling the materials. I would recommend we gather. If we have any means of smelting metals, we gather whatever scrap remains that is suitable and make what is needed.
No, I can get to doing that. And Cersei will say, and Lady Valencia, are you? Does this mean you're going to be requesting for more assistance than before?
Yes. Yes, I will.
Oh, yeah.
And gentlemen, she looks over to Gwenalt and Fern, says, it appears our efforts must be doubled in our work. I will accept nothing less than your absolute compromise to the well-being of Lady Valencia. And Gwenalt and Fern just kind of like look at each other and then look back at Cersei, and they all like nod and do like a salute, like yes, ma'am. And what's it called? And Cersei will look over at you and say, issue the command, Lady Valencia, and I shall do whatever it needs to be done.
Valencia, I will ask, since you are being more open about thine medicinal needs. If Lady Miss Cersei is thine caretaker, do you wish for them to be allowed access to and input within thine medical records? Okay, the thing Rocket was integral about of his doctor-patient confidentiality and not sharing any medicinal notes. Does she want him to share her treatment records, recommendations, and everything with Cersei?
Why, of course, I thought that would have been obvious. She's my maid, after all.
The last time he asked, you said, no, she can't share everything, so he's kept it hidden, but now since the being open, that's why he's asking. And since she says so, he will take a sort of scroll piece of paper, take his medicinal note, and basically write down everything and the entire medicinal treatment record and history he has had with Valencia so far, and give the copy of it to Cersei, including every treatment recommendation and basically everything he has to help in Valencia's recovery for when he is not present.
She will look over and say,
including the precise medicinal ingredients for medicine for her injuries and other such.
She'll look over and say, why are the words half dragon, dragon, quarter dragon scrawled out? You must amend this at once.
There wasn't dragon quarter. It was half dragon. Then that got crossed out. Then it was dragon question mark.
Question mark? You must amend. Well, the sentence remains.
Well,
you must amend this at once. And
the copy just has dragon question mark. That's all it has, because he's giving her a copy that he made, so he wouldn't keep amendments.
There is no question to be held here, good sir.
I am trusting her mentioning of her familial history with dragons, but I am a man of experience. I will not trust something until I have witnessed it. This is the most I will compromise in this matter.
She will take a deep breath.
I am not denying, but I wish for proof before I make the amendment.
She'll look over and say, If this is a man that you trust your well-being to partially as well, Lady Valencia, then I will do my best to work with this. And she will, not question it any further.
I must say, I don't understand that decision myself. I'm clearly a dragon.
But as this is happening over here, I'm gonna quickly cut to AR and Shieldbearer. You guys walked away for a bit here, and you're doing your walk and talk. What is it that you're walking and talking about?
As like AR is just going to kind of just say
Before we engage in talks, let me explain what I am going to do. I am going to slaughter a pig. I am going to chop it up into sections to make chunks. I will need your help in procuring water so that I may extract salt from it. And then I will be creating small pork-based snacks from my space of the galaxy.
That's fine. I have some experience with getting rations.
That would be most appreciated. I myself have not entirely had to do this in my time. I know how the process works, but this is my first time trying to prepare such a meal from such base ingredients.
Yeah. So you're ready to talk?
Yes, we may talk.
as
How
we're
are
talking, like Atlas starts like to lead the pig away, like put the pig on a lead and like starts leading it away as we talk.
Yes.
Yeah, just as how are you?
Yes, how are you?
I do not understand the question.
Well, we always used to say that when you're in a fight, you start to understand the opponent. And you had something you wanted to prove.
The truth is that I already understood Lady Valencia from the fight that we fought together with. It was nothing to prove of myself. It was something that I needed her to prove to herself.
And yet,
Do you remember when we were fighting the Rotten? Do you remember that mighty slash that Valencia lay upon it? Do you remember how powerful it was?
Mhm.
I want to see Our Lady Knight be at that capacity at all times. I know she can. The question is, will she allow herself to?
So, why did you choose to go suboptimal against her after throwing 2 punches?
You kind of like there's like I would say there's a bit of a silence. There's probably the sounds of a pig dying. But what's it called? But AR will kind of like eventually say like,
I understand the concept of chivalry and honor for a knight. These are not tenets that I hold. I care little for glory, but I wanted to give her a chance to concede graciously. I did not think that she would continue to fight until she fell.
Of course, but even getting in close, trying to grapple, your whole advantage was the movement. That was what all of this started. Why stop moving?
I suppose there was some part of me that wanted to see her win. To see her prove me wrong. To show me that she could handle herself. Because that is what I want in a commander.
But think about it. If that really happened, if she did win by the fact that you were going easy on her, doesn't that disprove all that she was trying to prove?
I am
She
aware.
would have failed either way.
I am aware. My actions were out of order. You are correct to call this out. Let me tell you something. I do not like talking about my personal feelings. It is not something I am used to doing, but in order to explain my situation, I believe I must. I am used to a chain of command. A commander, a viceroy. Be it foot soldiers, generals, drill sergeants, and auxiliary support such as medics and communications. It may not seem like it, but I am not a soldier in the traditional sense. The Type 6 strategic assault mech is designed for reconnaissance. I am a forward scout. I need orders. Without orders, without a chain of command, I struggle to function optimally, especially when placed in a group setting where things like that seem to fall apart constantly. The Lady Knight was my main solace in that. She claims to be a commander, she acts as a commander, she knows how to be a commander. But even then she has her deficits. And that, I do not place blame upon her, but it makes it difficult for me.
I understand. You called me out, yes, a few days ago, about the fact that I'm no good commander. But I am a good strategist. I can tell when things are falling apart, what strategy you should use, when. And yet, you choose to not follow any of my commands. That's fine. But I want you to ask yourself, why are you seeking so hard for her to be your leader? Not for a leader, but for her to be your leader.
I will give it some thought. This is not an answer that I can supply to you now.
I didn't expect you to. Just be honest with yourself. And if you ever need to talk about anything, just come to me.
I will note that down. Now, please help me collect water.
Here. He hands you some water you had already prepared.
Is it like ocean water?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, awesome. I fucking love my flux cannon. I'm glad I'm finally getting to use it. I can just get salt from this. I can just evaporate it.
Nice.
I can just boil water. I can fucking air fry the fucking like pork to make chicharron. Vorti, would you have me make like a roll for this, or would you say I'm able to just like air fry this?
So is your aim to just boil
Oh,
the water, or you just air
you would-
fry
So-
the fucking?
I'm
pork?
doing both. I'm boiling water so I can get salt, so I can actually make this taste good. And then
I will say,
I've diced the pork up, not into cubes, but obviously into chitron.
I will.
What's it called? Shape.
R.I.P. pork. Your
I-
life will not
I
be.
do
will not go
remember-
to waste.
I
Go
do
ahead.
remember making
Uh-huh.
chicharron. You need to poke holes in it, and I'm pretty sure vinegar also helps and is good for the crisping process as well.
How's it go?
I know.
Yeah, we are we are in limited supply, and we don't what's it called? One thing I need to clarify actually, Rab, is you might have made chicharron as in like the Spanish snack. Pork chicharron in the Philippines is actually a completely fucking different food.
Because I know there's pork scratching, which is just like a little crackling bit, and then I know there's the chicharron, which I've seen in YouTube videos and stuff, which is
Yeah, so
the
yeah,
salt,
like
where it's like the salt, or it's like holes, salt baked, and you like vinegar or something, and then you cook it and it crisps up.
but yeah, so yeah, pork chicharron doesn't need vinegar as part of the crackling process. Vinegar is usually used as a side rather than like actually part of the creation of it. But yeah, chicharron is fucking easy to make. Well, yeah. Also, like, if you want to help me look for spices, I think that's definitely like a thing that we could do together. Yeah.
Yeah. You know,
these are-
I know we changed how Wanderer works, but I still have bonus to my survival, which is already +5 plus the Wanderer bonus.
I mean, I will say this: if somebody did help Rock the other day, he did ask if anyone wanted to go with him to find herbs and spices and stuff that we could potentially use if we go to a city or something. So we might actually
Yes.
just have some.
Yesterday he was studying, and we don't have Rock here.
I mean, you can go ask him if you wanted.
Yeah, but we don't know he has these spices. There wouldn't be any
Fair enough.
prejudice to ask. Did I use that word correctly?
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, like. But yeah, like, would there be a check needed for this? Because I would say like it's a fairly easy dish.
Yeah, I'm gonna say there's probably no like check needed specifically here.
Mhm.
You know, you can probably just get this done within a relatively short amount of time.
Yeah. And when yeah, like we look around for like garlic and shit. If that's like a possibility, obviously with shield bearers, wanderer, because I don't have survival.
Yeah, I'm gonna say like thanks to Shieldbearer, you guys can probably find like a what's it called
Have a look. There is
oh,
because we're like a coastal area. There is one of the herbs I believe is a type of rosemary. Like there's rosemary, there's sea kale, and there's other stuff. You don't really find like peppercorns and stuff, unless this land would have them.
like at the very least, I'll say you can probably find herbs that could help in like spicing up the the pork chicharrón.
Yeah.
But like maybe not something as specific as like garlic or something like that.
Okay,
That's very
here,
fair,
here,
yeah.
here are some coastal herbs: rosemary, sage, thyme, chive, sea kale.
Yeah, like I said, like just gonna say like for purposes of convenience, you guys can find like herbs to probably like help spice the meal, or whatever.
Yeah.
What's it called? I will also say that what's it called? Yeah, after a while, like the cat, you guys kind of walking away and the party kind of turned to Valencia, like the crowd has already basically like dispersed back into the town.
Yeah.
What's it called? So you would start seeing like more people kind of walking around the town, trying to kind of figure out what to make of this. Because again, this is like a couple of days after you guys managed to like evacuate basically the citizens from the gutter, but they're still not quite too fully finished, like settled in into the town. So people still kind of being like, "Oh, this is my house. No, this is my house. This is my house." Type of thing. As they tell to start calling dibs on property. What's it called?
Can like Signis can Signis in his free time, like fucking middle of the night, just sketch out like basically urban planning? Just be like, okay, we need to build a house there,
Does
need to put
Signis
road
have
there.
experience in urban planning?
No, but he's seen the streets of Yarnum, and he's just thinking like, okay, how do I do this in a way that isn't like winding as fucking and confusing as that?
Well, here's. I was gonna say I don't think Jarn is like a good comparison for like what good housing is. Victorian
No,
England.
he's thinking, how do I avoid that?
I mean, just don't make all the fucking buildings like right next to each other. Which to be fair, like they're not in this particular scenario. What's it called?
Yeah.
But yeah. What's it called? We'll say, or rather, I'll ask, if you guys would, reconvene somewhere for this particular meal.
Yeah, like I think I would imagine like by the time like they've finished foraging, it's like kind of like nightfall already. Like
Yeah.
And Atlas is actually going to come up with like the bowl towards wherever Valencia is, just kind of like recovering basically, and says just kind of like like just from behind.
Article 6 Clause II of the Glomoth Military Regulations state, preserve minimal damage to lifestyles of pre-industrial civilizations. However, for this case, I have made an exception to the rule. I made a consolidary meal. You fought well, and it deserves a meal of adequate proportions. I killed a pig for this.
Oh, thank you.
Well, because Atlas may have had the time for it. Did they just kill a pig, bleed it, and then just air fry it, or did they like smoke the meat, then air fry it at the end to crisp up the skin?
They did not. They just air fried it. They only know how to use a fucking air fryer. It's not the best thing in the world, but it still probably tastes like fucking sick as hell. To Valencia, as it's a lot. Because I mean Atlas just kind of killed a whole pig. Like that's a lot of chicharron.
She's a dragon and it's cooked meat. She's going to enjoy it.
Rock will just for a fun thing, because Rock would do this, because he has herbalism and all of his shit. He probably has some traveling spices for when he seasons his own foods. Would go, this tastes good, could use a little more, and he will pull out a little pouch and pinch from it, or it's effectively a mixture of like dried out and grinded garlics and other herbs that he carries with him.
Is it called?
Sprinkle some
Atlas
on.
will kind of say it to Valencia, like,
light bruising on the gluteus maximus and heavy bruise on the left quad. You fought well. Your fighting style is extremely good at guaranteeing a strike with how fast you move. Powerful, but inefficient.
Analysis is appreciated.
Also, Atlas, since you've gone during the time, Lady Valencia has admitted their slight overconfidence and has agreed to receiving more aid. We have been working on providing material aids to ensure that her leg recovers as soon as possible.
I did not need to be told that. I have full faith in Lady Valencia's honor. I know that she would have come to that conclusion, even if it took any amount of time.
It's still always proper to give the verbal.
Go ahead.
Proper just because it's always proper to give the verbal confirmation. Also, regarding that
I just
forging, would we just roll the smith tool in the background, or is that just kind of like a path thing that just kind of happens?
What specifically forging? Like for scrap metal, so you can get to doing like the project.
Yeah, like just us working on the thing to make for like Valencia, like the cane and the walking
I'm
aid.
just going to need an investigation check. To see if you're able to like, yeah, survival or investigation, like you choose. Like trying to see if
I
you can
have-
find any more material that could be useful for
Well,
a very specialized project such as this.
I have proficiency in survival, but that's 4, and I have investigation, which is a 3. What about you, Ace? Signis, since we're all working
I
on
can
this.
give you Flash of Genius, which will be like a flat +5.
So Signis is.
I have a +5 in investigation.
I think Signis is just working on the mechanisms. He's just using tinker tools.
Well, this is for like us finding the metal. Too. This is an investigation to find the metal. We're not doing smith.
Oh yeah,
yet.
no. Then Signis is just fucking zipping around town, like scrounging through the ruins and then fucking off.
Also,
Still
if
gotta roll.
any of you try to eat the pork chicharron, I will knock you out the same way I knocked out the Lady Knight. It is for Lady Valencia and Lady Valencia only.
I helped cook it. I at least want some.
I am not eating any of it. You are not eating any of it. It is for her.
So you made pork
Valencia
rinds?
looks at a giant pile of meat and looks back at you, Atlas.
That is a whole pig's worth of meat.
You know, I
Speaking
take that
of,
challenge.
How many rations is that?
Good fucking question. That was a whole pig.
As someone who actually helped smoke friggin' pigs for making pork rinds, that is almost like 4. If it's a decent enough sized pig, that's almost like 5 days
Yeah,
worth.
that's like a week. Yeah.
It's just like a fucking. It's probably like a pile the size of Atlas, man.
This is shonen protagonist meat pile level food.
Yeah, and it's all friggin' pork rinds too, so it's just.
It
a
is just
big pile.
fat.
Do I give
It's-
myself like
it's-
5 rations then?
Rock looking at
Basically.
this.
Yeah, I'm gonna
We're
say you. Yeah, because a ration is like roughly a day's worth of like meal. Just like compacted into like a pack basically. I'm gonna say with a. Yeah, to be kind of generous here, we're gonna say that this whole pig, presumably, was used to make this meal. We're gonna constitute that as like for like 12, no, like 10 days of worth of rations. So you can add all of them to your inventory if you want to, or you can like share them with your allies.
Rock will state when looking at the policies for Valencia, he will state, I would not recommend eating a lot of this all at once. It will not be good for thine health.
Also, what's it called? Shieldbearer asks AR if they can spare a copy of the handbook.
Eat it.
I will be able to provide a written account of all the rules, if given enough downtime and ink.
How long will it take?
Give or take 5 days.
Alright,
By the
who
way,
of you all do have some ink?
I do,
Looking
but I
at-
have limited supplies, and I use those for mine records. You can use. What about charcoal from the fires?
If you're trying to look for
I
like,
have-
charcoal. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I would not be able to use charcoal with the device that I am using. None of you are allowed to ask what this device is, or what it does, or how it is manufactured.
Signis just pulls out his pen, just hands
They
it
just-
to Atlas.
What is? What's it called? Like, like, fucking, like, it's like an ink. It's like a fucking fountain pen, like, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a fountain pen.
Atlas kind of looks at it and says,
I don't know how to use those. I'm going to use mine.
You
Does he
don't
pull out
know
a
how to
ballpoint
use a
pen?
pen?
They pull out a fucking ballpoint pen.
It's just a no. You know what would be even funnier? It's just one of those like $1 Bic pens, BIC. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, it's one of those disposable ones. Yeah, that's the one they have. It's blue. Eh.
You got a rollerball pen from a bank?
Nobody is allowed to ask what it is, how it is made, or what it does.
I know what a
You know,
I know what a rollerball pen is. I've seen.
You know.
Just because you do does not mean that this one does. Pointing at, like, Valencia. Keep your mouth shut! You cannot tell her the secrets of the universe!
Valencia's
this is
happily
like-
chewing on meat,
Hey,
Yeah,
no,
watching
Rock-
all this go down.
Rock
Signis
would,
looks at it. It's just like, oh. Signis. Oh, go ahead.
Rock would recommend Valencia not eat too much of the meat in one sitting purely because, like, not like, oh, don't do that, it's too much, or anything. He's purely just mentioning to be careful because too much fat all at once is not good for the heart, no matter how much of a carnivore you are.
And it goes all to her tail.
but
He's
no.
gonna eat, I
oh.
guess 2 rations.
Damn.
Isn't that 2 days worth of food?
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
2
What the fuck you want?
What was it called? Gonna have some of that meat. I thought it was for us threes.
It is not!
No, he says to Valencia, like, he gets closer, he's like,
Over his fucking shoulder.
It's literally the equivalency of, Dad, can I have some? Nah, I'll go ask Mom. Or I asked Mom, Mom said no, I'm asking Dad.
Valencia is gonna, like, take a bunch and after
Okay.
much deliberating, like, try to pass it to you under the table.
Yeah. Why does my brain now? Why does my brain just has the funniest image in my head of just Valencia in a high chair at a dinner table, just slowly handing Shield Bear a piece of food under the table, like a child handing their dog a piece of food off their plate when their mom's not looking.
Basically.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, when Sigma sees the big pen, he's like, huh, never thought I'd see one in person.
Okay.
Yeah, like what it's called, like Atlas will kind of like just say,
If all is done and the common solidary meal is accepted, I will be making my leave. I need to tend to the wounds that Lady Valencia bestowed upon me.
Before that, I think that, considering today's festivities, it would do good to continue holding up morale. So I might do a bit of a performance for everybody tonight before we turn in.
We
If
do not
that's
have a pole.
all right. Signis looks over, it's just like, why would you think I would use a pole?
You look like
I'm not
someone
that-
who would use a pole.
Valencia
Well, you
looks
are wrong.
confused.
looks confused, but not.
Rock also just looks confused because even if he'd be in a world where pole didn't exist,
yeah, I
that
don't think
fucker
Rock's
had
ever been
no-
to a strip club.
Rock does not give a Rock does not go out to anywhere. He doesn't even go to pubs. Like he does not go to social
Fantasy
gas.
strip club, Lamau.
Whilst you, went out partying, I studied medicine.
God fucking
has-
damn it.
Bro has multiple licenses. He's a licensed smith, alchemist, bomb maker, and doctor. And
Have
also
no-
also knows how to fight with swords and use armor. Bro has like multiple skills.
Have
And
no
his
real
only
time.
Fucking nerd.
Yeah, no real time to be wasting going to shady places like that.
Mhm.
Nah.
Uh,
Like,
Atlas would notice Ace kind of snicker at that comment, so you get the feeling Ace knows what you're talking about.
Signis looks at Atlas as just like, I meant storytelling, like the like during the in the first night that we took. You know.
That is not usually what happens in these types of performances, but I suppose some people would appreciate a story being told instead of just a pole dancing.
Signis just like
What's
fucking
this pole
face
dancing you
palms.
speak of?
Oh my god.
The
Signis is
Phantom
like,
Fleet
would you
can
like me
show
to
you.
demonstrate?
The DM gods will say, do not go into this tangent because it might get a bit crazy.
Yeah,
Shield-
go.
Rock ignoring.
Shilpa would
good.
say, I still had something to discuss with Melinda. See you all later tonight.
Rock kind of just tilting his head up when people mention stories would go, I could tell you all about mine time in mine home. You all mentioned stuff about your past. I could mention things about mine.
It would be
If I
very
wish.
exciting to hear about the other worlds you come from.
If we are to be telling stories, I will collect Mercury, Venus, Terra, Mars, and Jupiter.
Oh yeah,
Why
Atlas got.
in-
As they just like stand up and fucking leave, and like Rock and like Valencia are just left with like, what the fuck was he? What the fuck did
Oh,
they just say?
Why are you naming chickens after celestial bodies?
I mean, for Rock, he
let
doesn't.
them have little friends, all right?
For Rock, Mercury just he was confused as to why you're collecting liquid metal because he knows what Mercury is.
Oh, no,
Quicksilver is Mercury.
Oh no. You get this. Tin Man here, really fond of chickens, and went and named a couple of them in the chicken coop. They're his little buddies now.
Built to each their own.
Also, we ain't cooking. Also, we ain't cooking them up. They're just for collecting eggs. Atlas's words, not mine.
Alright.
Yeah, like Atlas, like Valencia, you just walk in with to Atlas, just like again, just trying to like pet the chickens.
We're just gonna be at the end of the campaign, and like Atlas is just gonna like walk into. It's just that Prozidi sketch of like the clothes, and like Atlas walks into the final boss room. He's like, "What are you wearing?" "It's my ass kicking outfit, bitch." It's just like covered in chickens.
My brain's just imagining end statues of heroes of the realms, and it's just Atlas in armor, surrounded by chickens, with a bag full of shiny rock, with an empty bag that has a label on it saying deposit cool rocks, and it's just full of shiny cool rocks.
But yeah.
Not even magical rocks, just you found a neat rock, you deposit in the bag.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, like, well, obviously you guys are splitting up a little bit more here, again. So,
Audible DM frustration.
then
Yeah.
frustration is just like, I was under the impression you guys were gonna, like, chill, have a meal together, but then everybody split up again.
It's probably just like a temporary split up anyway.
I can't
Mercury
eat
was
this meat in front of Atlas. I need to go somewhere.
Okay, for anyone who's seen Mashal, I'm just imagining the scene where Mashal just runs into the woods to eat the giant fucking brain puff away from everybody else.
Yes.
I've seen that one. What's it called? So we're gonna go one by one here. Let's see.
I mean, it's pretty much just Shieldburn stuff to eat meat. Then it's AR and Valencia who are going up to have a conversation. Then Rock is just waiting for everyone to get back to tell stories.
Yeah.
Because he was told, Atlas said, I'm gonna go get my chickens.
So very quickly, we can just we can do shield bearers, interaction here. Well, shield bearer. We're going to find Melinda the Butcher, in your around town. You would find her getting ready to get out of here. What's it called? As you see that she has already packed up her like a little bag, and her butcher's cleaver, and as much as she can carry. And holy shit, y'all! A fucking Wookiee just farted, and he's directly here next to me. And oh my god, it stinks. Holy shit! For those who don't know, Wookiee is my dog. You can hear him in the background a lot of the times, and holy shit, it is horrible. And
Damn.
it just took my concentration completely out. So,
Loki.
What ass pointed at your face?
I'm gonna try
Everything
to
you
power through
could
this real
carry.
quick. I'm gonna try to power through this shit. And what's it called? Shield bearer. So yeah, you find Melinda getting ready to leave. What do you say or do?
So you're really ready to go?
I mean, yes. I've been living out down there for quite a while, and I started missing the surface. So I'm going to take advantage of it and travel around for a bit. I hope that
You're
what I
going
teach you
alone?
was useful. Go ahead.
First, you would respond to yes, it was. I at least can tell people I'm no danger to them. Should help. But you're going all alone?
Well, yeah. Bob decided to stay down there. I think he could feel the hollowing starting to take hold, and decided to stay down there to not harm anybody else.
And all the people of your village?
I don't know them for the manners. We all kind of started wound up together by circumstance. They want to go their own way, I'll go mine.
I hope you can enjoy this world freely. But know you always got a place here.
Sure, place looks nice and all, but well, I think it'll take a little bit of effort to make it look better. No offense, of course. Seems like you guys already have a plan in mind and everything. Maybe I'll come back one day and it'll look like a fancy, average little sleepy town. But well, and once that happens, who knows? I'll probably stick around for a while. But for now, there's a whole world out there that is calling for me. And well, I want to go see it and see what else is out there. After all, between you and I myself may not have a lot of time left.
I feared such. If it wouldn't be any trouble, please spread word how we stopped the Rotten from destroying your village.
I'll be sure to tell that story in every passing in for a couple of coins. So you don't need to worry about that.
And if by any happen chance you end up in Illinois, feel free to use my name to get some shelter with Mr. I'm not good with names. Yours Everson.
I'll keep that in mind. Not sure if I'll ever go that far north, but I'll make sure to remember that.
And then one last thing, be sure to come back here one day. To be honest, I'm always curious to measure up against people like you. Would have been an interesting fight.
Not one that you would have won, by the way, but still, the curiosity is
Oh.
commended.
You would have fallen off down all the way besides rotten. Just
Well,
like that little bug.
We'll see if one day we get to put that theory to the test. For now, though, you all take care of yourselves and take care of each other's. And maybe, who knows, one day we'll be able to find each other in the strangest of circumstances, as it tends to be the case with all of you. What's it called? She does kind of like lower her face mask at this point, and you do see that there is like slight signs of on death on like around her mouth, as a lot of her
Oh.
teeth lie exposed. Her lips are effectively like missing from her mouth. As you know, you just see like her rows of teeth. You think she's smiling at this point,
Yeah,
and well,
wouldn't back up or be in shock in any way, shape, or form. He just
Uh,
smiles back.
she says, "Now I do have to." She smiles like a little bit, and she puts the face mask back on, and says, "I do have to give you credit, all of you. Pretty sure you were told that I am Melinda the Butcher, and you still decided to talk things out."
Wait, that's your full name?
Mr.
Well,
the Butcher.
Oh, the Butcher is a title that I was given, and it's one that I was given for a reason. You know, the people who were down there at the gutter, me included, a lot of them were casted out because of, well, things in our past. Now, I'm gonna leave that up in the air and up to your interpretation. And, well, maybe one day I'll tell you the full story if we meet again. But for now, I think it's time I get out of here. I don't want to stink up the place with my stench of undeath.
Don't be so hard on yourself. Take care.
And you all take care. Say goodbye to everybody for me, and well, tell Valencia, was it? Yeah, tell Valencia that I lost 10 gold pieces because of her. And she will kind of sling the butcher's cleaver on her back and grab her bags, and well, turn around and begin to head out of town down the high road pathway, actually. So the one that kind of goes like a little bit north, yeah, like northeast from Majula.
He would hear under Shield's breath. I should have taken that bet.
Religious tingle pieces. What's it called? And I mean, not that they had a lot of use for currency anyway, prior to being led upstairs. But yeah, you know, Melinda will sling bag on her bags over her shoulder and departs Majula for the time being. Though, you know, maybe you'll see her again someday. What's it called? Melinda summon when? What's it called?
Melinda summon when?
What's it called? But if, well, with that, Shilber, you're left to your own thoughts. Would you return to your crew?
Now he first starts eating the ashes before he goes back.
Okay. Also, hold on, I need to reposition because Wook has been asleep on my arm and I am starting to lose feeling in
That's
my
fine.
fingers. So, sorry, Wookie, but you farted on my fucking face. And cutting real quick to our other isolated conversation here. Atlas and Valencia, you two would would have moved over to the side to discuss some
like-
private matters.
Kind of like, in the dark of the night, like it's very like like gloomy in the chicken coop, but obviously like Atlas's cyan lighting still like persists, and there's like this kind of like very eerie glow as you see them like hunched over, crouched very like very low down, like tossing like chicken coop, like the chicken food around, and just kind of you actually hear like their voice, while still filtered, kind of sounds a bit different.
Mercury runs when sunlight plays, Venus dreams through golden days, Terra sings with the roots below, Mars stands strong when cold winds blow, Jupiter guards with thunder wide, all safe at the night's side.
As they're just like feeding chickens.
Quite a splendid song for the chickens, Sir Atlas.
Why are you here?
I wish to congratulate you on winning the duel.
Congratulations is not something I need. I am merely happy that you proved to be a knight as worthy as I believe you initially were.
That's appreciated.
I was talking to Shieldbearer earlier, and he brought up something interesting.
What did he bring up?
That I was holding back. I did not go my full force. I could have just made my point by staying far away, firing at you, so that you would not be able to do anything, showing you the full brunt of your injuries. But I didn't. Part of me wanted you to win. It is a phenomenon that I'm still trying to figure out why that is the case. But, nevertheless, I admire your fighting prowess. I admire your ability to strike foes down. The point of this duel was not to humiliate you. I simply wanted you to be at your best.
It appears as if you're trying to flatter me.
I am not. I would not disrespect you so much as to stand by with idle flattery. I am making statements.
Right. Well then, I'll be on my way.
Indeed. I will be taking Jupiter with us. They seem the most sociable. Also, don't tell anyone about the song.
Understood.
Good.
Okay.
As Atlas walks back with Valencia holding up the chicken.
Okay. You all reconvene back with the rest of the party at this point, and just in time for story time, shared by your allies. Whether that be, oh, go ahead.
So this is actually doing like this in like the fucking center square, so that like the other villagers can like fucking watch. By the way, this is mostly just for morale for everybody, basically. He's retelling the story of like how they defeated the Rotten, and he is like doing that same sort of thing as like the first night where he has that fucking like wall of fire surrounding him, and he's just using like a just mixture of disguise kit and the fool's mask. It's not fool's mask, the faceless mask, to just like turn into the different shapes to show to show like all the different like people fighting, etc. As just to like really like nail it in, and like he's like really trying to project his voice as well to like make it seem like really grand. Can I roll like a performance check to see like how
you can roll performance.
Are you doing this like before Valencia and Atlas get back?
I think he would start as soon as they get back.
Okay. I don't think I need to add guidance to that.
Not necessarily, no. Signis, you start, you're the one that starts story time here as you gather people in the, in one of the central segments of the town of Majula, making this show, out of your storytelling as you, use your own props, as it were, to help you illustrate your points across the story. You see as both your party members and the citizens are gathered around to listen to this. You see Shaqua over there in the corner doing cat things, being angry at everybody but those who praise her as a goddess. And what's it called? And you would see the Emerald Herald at a distance. She doesn't really join a lot of these social events, as it were. The fight pit, as it were, was the closest thing you've seen her, closer to the citizens. But she's around, as as you continue your story. And you're not the only one that says their story. I imagine other people throughout the night, like Rock expressed, will take over the stage at some point, sharing tales of their homeland, of what they've been through, what their experiences have. And well, it is as the night falls on on Majula once again, as this other day of recovery, of downtime takes place. Well, that you have a moment where you feel calm, and you're getting in a sense of consciously psyching yourself up for the next leg of your journey, wherever that may be. But because I can't end things on such a happy note, I have to hit you.
I hate you.
No, I have to hit y'all with some stuff here. Because it is at night where these entities are the most visible. You all begin to see fireflies begin to gather around the town of Majula. Well, not maybe around. It's almost as if they're in like a migration. They're moving, they're flying around, but they're not specifically, like zeroing in on the town. These series of fireflies, make this very nice vista as the moon begins to rise. You do see a handful of them kind of fall on, begin to land rather on some people nearby of the city, of the town. One of them lands on you, Atlas. Just kind of landing on your, first flying like a little bit in front of you so that it, it catches your attention, and then just landing kind of on your hand.
Atlas kind of like raises their hand, just says, like, obviously, like, the running gag is Atlas tries to kill all bugs, but Atlas actually just kind of says,
The firefly. Ephemeral creatures. They live their lives burning as bright as they can, only to die out just as fast.
Bright bug, actually, says the Emerald Herald as she walks a little bit closer to the group. while story time is happening. Brightbugs are a species of insects that have been made manifest in the last couple of years here in Drangleic. It is said that they are attracted to those who face an unavoidable fate. She kind of just looks at you, Atlas.
I suppose that is fitting then.
The bright bug, as the Emerald Herald called it, after standing in your hand for a couple of seconds, begins to take flight and joins the rest of its flock in the migration that is taking place here. And it is as the lights in the sky, that not all are stars, begin to move above in the night sky of Drangleic, above Majula here, where you have taken residence and rest. That is where we're going to end the session for now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Fun
like
stuff.
this one.
Good shit.
I hope you all enjoyed the session. What's it called? It was like a lot of downtime, but hey, we got to see some blood. What's it called? I personally really enjoyed this session. I think everybody did a pretty good job, playing their characters and interacting with one another. What's it called? Y'all did pretty great. So next session, everybody starts with a GM inspiration.
Oh shit.
Make the most of that. What's it called? Before we wrap up, for the people here in the chat who may still be watching the session, thank you all so much for watching. Every like, every view is appreciated here in the channel. I don't want to sound pushy like a YouTuber is like, subscribe, my audience not subscribing, stuff like that. At the end of the day, we are just kind of uploading the sessions because we enjoy, sharing things we like with other people who also like them too. And once again, shout outs to Sound Phenomenon for providing the background music for most of the sessions here. And shout outs to my wonderful players here that all did an amazing job today. And with that will bring us to close of another episode of Dark Souls Dirge of Drangleic. Thank you all for watching, and we will see you next time on the next session. Bye bye, y'all.
Yeah, bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.